Tell me, are you there for me? Just let me know. Are you thinking of keeping me or letting go? Stop messing with my feelings, cause I'm still here for you. So tell me, what's the reason that you put me through? Don't point the finger, girl. There's no need to blame. I know you're gonna tell me that you changed. Don't yell about my feelings, because they're still the same. Take a gun and pull the trigger, because you put me through hell. Don't deny, now I understand. Love is blind. Can someone please tell me why I'm still here for you? Cause I wanna know if you care. I wanna know you'll be there, cause there's no mistaking that my heart is breaking, but I'm still here. Don't look the other way when you speak to me. Let's just get face to face. I just said please, please don't let this continue. I hate when you get mad or when you're arguing, because you put me through. Give me a chance to speak so you can hear. Don't let this information escape your ears. I wanna help you out, but you won't let me through. Well, what do you expect when you put me through hell? Don't deny, now I understand. Love is blind. Can someone please tell me why I'm still here for you? Cause I wanna know if you care. I wanna know you'll be there, cause there's no mistaking that my heart is breaking, but I'm still here. Well, I know it's hard to believe in all the things that I say, though I still come with my voice and open ears. And I know the road is hard and you're right here, so I'll just say that I want you to know that I'll always be here. You put me through hell, don't deny, now I understand. Love is blind. Can someone please tell me why I'm still here for you? Cause I wanna know if you care. I wanna know you'll be there, cause there's no mistaking that my heart is breaking, but I'm still here. Cause there's no mistaking that my heart is breaking, but I'm still here. Cause there's no mistaking that my heart is breaking, but I'm still here. Cause there's no mistaking that my heart is breaking, but I'm still here.
KUAMSM Hagatna, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Biddy bang, bang, bang. Ah, yeah. Somebody came and stole your love away. Somebody came, he stuck on your prey. It's over for me. He's got
You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Boy, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it. Boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it, boy. Let's settle down and have a conversation. Whatever you're thinking, I'll be sure to listen. You're my man. You got what I need. Calling to come running. I found what is it you're seeking. Don't worry, boy. Don't worry about a thing. You can put your trust in me. Just say the word, what it is that got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do get close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Boy, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it. Boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it, boy. Boy, I'm all yours. Do it how you wanna. Put me on your shoulders. Got me a soldier. Here's the plan. Stay forever in my heart. Always by your side. Till death do us apart. Don't worry, boy. Don't worry about a thing. You can put your trust in me. Say the word, what it is that got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do get close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Boy, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it. Boy, I'll be faithful. I promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. I loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, boy. Yeah. Take it how you want it, boy. Take it how you want it. How you like it. When you need it. Yeah. Take it how you want it. How you like it. When you need it. Take it how you want it. How you like it. When you need it. Take it how you want it. How you like it. When you need it. Take it how you want it. How you like it. When you need it. Oh, take it how you want it. How you want it. Take it how you want it.
Così uli di sombranza temek e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi con una sugi airi
banderota caigui, pues atan Fanny bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria abiba islas en Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba islas en Toru y tempo y paz, paraíta, zangin y la bendición. Contra peligro, navas sofuam, Deus proteis landon. Contra peligro, navas sofuam, Deus proteis landon.
Good. Sorry, I had coffee there.
Too late. You gassed out, bro.
All right, okay. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Guam. Sorry, man.
We can appreciate the sunrise.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful morning. It's 6:20.
Then again, if I tried to do that, because technically I'm still going through
Try it
puberty.
out, bro.
I'm still going through puberty, so I'd be like, good.
Hey, good morning, guys. This is the link. It's Wednesday. Yeah, already. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, good afternoon. For those of you off island linking into the link.
And Bree's got some fancy new digs.
Wow, Bree.
Yee.
Where are you at, Sabrina?
I am at the Cosmopolitan on the Strip.
Oh, you,
Oh,
the Cosmopolitan
excuse me.
on the Strip.
Somebody
Oh,
got their stimmy.
upgrade.
No, didn't get a stimmy.
Can you show us your around?
Sure, I'll show
Yeah.
you. the
So,
road.
guys,
Okay, hold on.
if you go to move to Las Vegas and you hit up the casinos, they give you a lot of perks and freebies. And so, Bree's parents, they've been known to pull a slot machine handle or two, or I don't know if they're card players or what. But your mom gets all these perks, right?
Oh,
like
that is a big screen.
Sabrina's not rich, guys. This is a free room,
Oh yeah, that's
Wow.
dude.
so. This is the restroom.
Did you get like the Elvis suite or what?
I have no idea what suite this. We're on I think the Boulevard Towers.
Wow.
So now we'll take you into the room.
Oh, that wasn't the room.
That was the bathroom.
Oh.
That's the sitting area, as you saw in the
Hey,
background.
hey, look at that. Wait, go back to
Yeah,
that
go
picture.
back.
I saw some skill.
Jason's
Wow.
excited.
No,
Like,
hey, man.
can
This
you
is
just
that,
leave it there for 2 minutes for Jay?
This is that page 3 from the one we were reading yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the sleeping area.
Right.
All right.
All right, let's go out to
Another
the
little
balcony.
TV.
Do they have a balcony,
Okay.
Bree?
The sleeping area, otherwise known as the bed.
Yes. I don't know how to flip my camera around. Sorry, guys. So
Wow.
just open the door.
What floor are you on?
61st floor.
What?
61st.
So
Oh, I would
this is the
totally have
view.
a heart
Not
attack
sure.
right here.
I think that's Planet Hollywood over there.
Yeah.
Right there's Planet Hollywood. Then you'll see MGM in the background.
Half a
think
day,
this is-
Vegas. Yeah, I'm sure they heard me.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think this is
then
facing the north side of the strip.
yeah, I'd be like, half a day Vegas.
Hi,
Hey,
guys.
All
shut
right.
up! I'm trying to sleep over here.
Yeah. Taggy North.
Wow.
No, when I got here, somebody was smoking weed. I could totally smell it.
Oh, God.
Like, whoa, that was pretty strong.
Criminals, lock them up. Throw away the key. Wait, is weed's legal in Las Vegas, right, Bree?
Yeah, it is.
Yep. Deal with it.
So
Yeah.
you were at the Cosmopolitan, and I would say it's aptly named. That's a very
Swanky.
yeah, it's very
Yeah.
I mean, very fancy, very
Show
impressive.
them around our studio, Joe.
Okay, yeah. So here we've got
Oh,
we've got the stapler that Chris and I now share when we both hit our 10-year anniversary at KUAM.
Yep.
Joe, okay, Bree, I don't know if you know this, but wait, here, Joe. Joe, sir, let me bring that up. Let me get the Link family shot. Joe, sir, is rocking a really nice tie-dye shirt.
Oh wow, sir.
Man, you're a Grateful Dead or
Is that for Pride Month? I think that's he's got the Pride pink on there. With the what do you call that? There you go. It's
the
ally.
ally. Or no, I was gonna say you're a Bob Dylan fan.
you-
Everybody gets stoned.
Hey, it's Wednesday, guys, June 16th. Okay, so there's a lot of people coming on the show this morning, which we'll get to in a second. But the big deal this morning is someone out there. Someone out there is going to be $10,000 richer this morning.
And someone else
And
is
someone
gonna
else.
have. I've always wanted to say this, right?
All right, go ahead. You ready?
Being a fan of The Price is Right when I was a
Yep,
kid,
yep.
it's like, and a new car.
Yep, there you go. So that's going to happen 7:21.
Yeah, about 56 minutes from now, guys, and we are going to take you there. So don't worry, don't switch like Facebook streams
Yeah,
or
we
anything
got
like
you.
that. Stay with us. It's a safe place. Hang out with your friends and your family. You guys know, you guys can hang with us. All the Link fam is here, and we are going to see who will be the first round of winners. So today's going to be the first of 6 weeks worth of announcements by our friends at Adloop and the
Guam
Vax to
Visitors
Win.
Bureau. Yeah, Vax and Win.
Yeah.
Jay, there's a website you can enter.
Yes,
guys.
visit guam.com/VAX. I know last time I spoke to Crystal, they said there were 31,000 vaccinated people that have registered and will be in the lottery. 31,000 is a good number, you guys. You've got a really good chance of winning. And we hope
I'm bummed I didn't get a chance to sign up yet.
Right.
Jeez,
Oh.
I totally forgot.
you got about 50 minutes.
But it's all right.
Don't worry,
Isn't
Bree.
it too late?
If I win, I'll kick you down a little something to help you
All
out. 'cause
right.
You're so hard on your luck in the Cosmopolitan Hotel down there at the Las Vegas Strip. I want to help you out.
Thanks.
You know,
I
have
feel your
video.
pain.
I sent in video of what it was like last night.
Yeah, where's the video?
Yeah, I was
Oh
gonna say,
my
okay, so
goodness.
now we've seen what Vegas looks from 610 feet up. Bree
Right.
also got some street side video.
Yeah.
You got it too, Chris. It's real short.
Suicide And,
Oh, yeah.
and I even have an aerial view from up here too.
So which one? Hold
I
on,
think I
guys.
edited the video together. I edited the video together, I believe.
Yeah.
So I sent it to Jace.
And then Bree went to the
Bree in Vegas, right? Is this narrated, Bree,
Huh?
or is it narrated?
No, it's not narrated.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
So Bree got some shots of the beautiful Bellagio,
Right.
the world famous.
Is that the water?
I think that's the Atlantic.
That's not the water show thing?
No, yeah, that is Bellagio.
Oh, that is one.
So what is it? Packed over there, Bree?
Well, when I saw it this morning, people were probably still sleeping. It was like 10.
But Bree
now
was
people,
blowing
I
up
can
my
see people are
Yeah. Bree was blowing up my WhatsApp
yeah, this
yesterday.
is this morning.
Yeah, saying she's like, dude, everybody's walking around here no mask.
Yeah,
Even in the casino.
Well, it's because COVID's alive.
I felt uncomfortable. Like, I mean, I felt out of place. Like, I was the only one not wearing a mask.
I'm just looking
So
at
that's
this video.
downtown. That's Miracle Mile. That's Planet Hollywood. I visited that mall quite a few times.
Is that the one that
in my
like goes
life.
underground and there's like a sky?
The sky one? I think that's Caesar's Palace. Where you could see
Say hi to Wayne Newton for us.
Yeah, right. Give my regards to Elton John.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Somebody who, a good friend of ours, one of our top fans, who the first time we met her, she's from Long Beach, but she was in Vegas at the
That's right.
DMV of all places. Brown
Brown
Sugar Tea
Sugar
is back in the
Tea.
comments this morning.
What's up, Brown Sugar Tea? Repping the LBC.
Good morning, T. I know she, and remember, guys, she said she was flying to come back. She's from Iran. She does Eastern South. Yeah, she always flies
JJ, well, she's from where?
in Alaha.
Thank you.
Beg your
We're
pardon.
going to get a $50 ticket again if you stay long.
Do you have the nighttime video?
Do we?
I sent that to Jace.
Yeah, I think she
nighttime
sent it
video
last
when
night.
I
That's
got
the one
here
I
last
saw,
night.
where you were walking right
I
next to
sent
everybody.
it to the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll load that one.
Hey guys, thanks for jamming with us on our Facebook Live. It's the Wednesday, June 16th. We're proudly brought to you by Pacific Points. Points up, level up over there at All Shell Foodies, also IT&E, Cowboy Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Where, this morning sounds pretty good, sir. Yep. Those Jack cheddar breakfast biscuits, right? You get it with a fried egg. They got the American cheese. You can get bacon or sausage. That's so good. Really good. Good stuff. So if you're out there driving around, you pass a Jack in the Box, you stop by. I just want to squash that rumor about me that was going around. Really bad rumor, Joe, sir. And Guam, you know how it is. Someone starts a rumor. Oh, Chris Barnett's on a diet. No, I'm not. Okay. No. Fake news. 6:30. Here's who's coming up on the show, Bree. Well, there was some disturbing news. I don't know what to make of it anymore. 17 variant cases of COVID on Guam. Not right now, though. This is from the samples they sent off a while ago, and further confirming that we have had the variants here, and they've infected, a significant amount of people. All right, and so we're getting Dr. Felix Cabrera, the author of the CAR score and the chief medical officer of the Department of Public Health and Social Services on. He'll start the show here after the news. And then right around 7:21-ish, but probably right on time, we're going to have the governor of Guam, Lourdes Leon Guerrero, announce our week 1 Vaccine Win winner. All right, then after that, we've got Dave De La Sola, the labor director. There was a change in the guidance for the PUA. And bad news for those who don't have child care, as you're no longer going to qualify for the PUA. It's sad, right, sir? Yeah. I don't know what they're thinking out there. Sel Babauta, transit director, he was getting emotional at his budget hearing yesterday. So I gave him a call. He's jumping on this morning. Also, UOG. Guys, UOG's looking for more students. They're trying to drum up their enrollment. Maybe you guys are on that Pua Susu and you don't care about the future. You don't care about getting an education. Well, go get educated at the University of Guam. So they're going to come in and talk about some of the incentives that they're using to boost enrollment. And then 9:30 on Wednesday, Bree, we always do our segment, The Greater Good, which is brought to you by our friends. Jay Goodman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I was just throwing it to you. Jay Goodman, man, it's a great general. It's kind of got that vibe
as
like
you always do.
A general store where they sell everything from. Right now, they got these bougie pillows. All right, so you go down there, they've got all kinds of cool gadgets, and I'm going to try and get Mr. Goodman on. That's not even his name; it's the name of the store. But they do this segment with us. It's called The Greater Good, where we kind of highlight people in the community who are doing things for. Wait for it, the greater good, huh? And so we're getting West Care. They're having a summer camp. Yeah, it's summer. There's summer camps going on, sir. And we'll tell you all about it coming up. Of course, we got Cover Me. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No.
You were talking about Cover Me.
Yeah, we got Cover Me, too.
All right, well, this is really just for all the local musicians and bands out there that there's this new show. It's called the American Song Contest. Right. It's an American adaptation of the popular Eurovision Song Contest. It's coming to NBC in the spring of 2022. Yeah. And they are looking, they're looking for acts from all states, all territories to compete. This includes Guam. It includes the CNMI. A contestant is guaranteed to come from the U.S. territories. Right. So please, DJs, bands, singers, songwriter, indie, or signed artist submissions may all be submitted. The piece just has to be an original entry and no covers will be accepted. You must be 16 years old or older to apply. So all you have to do is visit it's AmericanSongSubmissions.com for more information and to apply. Or you can go to their Instagram at American Song Submissions. All right? AmericanSongSubmissions.com to apply. Right. It's guaranteed somebody from Guam is going to be selected.
Somebody. And we've got just a ton of great local art. I mean, really, I was thinking this morning on the way in, like, who would have a good chance of winning this? And it's tough. Because not only do we have so many great artists who are already coming out with great original music. So, dude, so proud. Like, I got local music on my thumb drive. When we drive around, if we're not jamming the breeze, of course, I'll pop that in and we're jamming, Daryl Garcia, John Dank Show. All kinds of great local bands are jamming. And not just bands, right? So we've got these Jonah Hunnams, right?
That's
there's
my
a-
guy right there.
There's the Straight Up guys. There's
Singer songwriter.
a ton of local rappers. We've got Harmony Chia. Chia! There's so many. I don't know. And a lot of
This
them.
is such a great
It is,
opportunity
yeah.
because you're really just kind of competing amongst people here on Guam for
Right.
that shot to go on to
Right.
this show and then compete against everybody else.
But it's cool because in all the other shows, the territories at least get lumped in with everyone else. And so if you wanted to, audition, for example, like The Voice, you got to go out there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a great way to ensure that everybody gets a fair chance and a seat at the musical table, if you will. And so,
Again, that's AmericanSongSubmissions.com.
right on. And Bree, is it just do you just send in like a straight performance of the song, or can you do like a music video?
It just says the piece just has to be an original entry. No covers will be accepted. But the information, if you go to that website, let me send it over to Jason so he can post the link.
Right.
Um,
That's awesome. We have so many great original songs. And you know what's crazy is like going back in the day on Guam, there was a time when a lot of our bands were just doing covers. Nothing wrong with covers. I mean, people love the familiarity of hearing, a good cover song, especially when you do an interpretation or your version of it. And there were a few artists who kind of broke the mold and started doing the original music. Of course, you've always had your Chamorro music legends
just post
who do
it.
original stuff, but going back to like Savage K, who busted out and did a bunch of originals, and that kind of shook the tree for just some really great artists to share their music. And guys, if you're kind of stuck in this like only doing cover song thing, and you have originals that you want to perform, this is a great opportunity, man. And let me tell you, people are thirsty to hear your song, right? We don't mind hearing how you sing other people's songs, but what makes you you. So submit that. Jay, put it in the comments.
Yep.
Right on. Hey.
Okay. Also,
Yes.
I've got the video of Bree. So now we've seen what it looks from the 61st floor. We've
Yeah.
seen what Vegas looks like in a day, and now, got it, Joe, sir? And you got it too, Chris. So here is what Bree found. Was this Bree walking through the casino, right? And street side? Like, saying hi to each other, or, smiling and stuff, or everybody
No, people are just kind of doing their own thing.
just minding their own
States,
business?
bro. They
All right.
just do their own thing. Wow, Bree, thanks. That's pretty. It's making me nervous, actually.
Vegas is open.
Yep. Apparently wide open. All right. So.
Well,
you-
Debbie from Kentucky was saying Kentucky is 100% open.
right. Yeah, and I think California is also opened.
That
I
was
think
yesterday. That was yesterday's national story. That
Right,
said California's getting ready, if it's not already, then to be completely.
Hey, CNMI's open, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, our friend Hannah Cho from the Department of Labor. Remember, we had her on last week. She's from LA and she's back there visiting family and everything. And I just said jokingly during commercial break, I was like, "Hey, Hannah, so have you been to Disneyland?" And she goes, "Oh yeah." And she said actually depending on what attraction and what ride you go to, the lines can be like a little long. But she said she also felt completely safe at Disneyland. I mean, they have taken big steps.
Yep. They have, and it's a new world, man. I mean, you just take those
Is it a
protocols.
whole new world?
Yeah, it is.
Seeing at Disneyland?
You like that?
Yeah. Well done.
Good morning, Facebook Live. Thanks for jamming with us here. Brown Sugar Tea, of course, checking in.
Brownsburg, Indiana. Half a day. Good morning to you.
Right. Yes. Brownsburg. Is that a new one?
I don't think we've had Brownsburg. Okay, I'm unfamiliar. Is Brownsburg more of a Indiana Hoosiers side of the state, or is that like more Notre Dame?
Man, I don't know
Fighting Irish?
nothing about Indiana. What is Indiana again? That's Larry Bird, right?
Yeah,
Larry Bird's from Indiana.
French Lick, Indiana.
Who
Terre
else we
Haute.
got here? Juanet Lozano. Yep, Brownsburg, Indiana. Hi. Good morning on you. Dean Liza Castro from beautiful Inalahan, Elizabeth Agagi from Eva Beach, Hawaii. Let's go ahead and get into the news, guys, because Dr. Cabrera's coming at 6:39 right here on the link with the very latest from the 61st floor of the Cosmopolitan Hotel in sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. Ladies and gentlemen,
Our right here on KUM, our very own showgirl, Sabrina
Ian
Salas
did.
Matanash.
good morning, Sabrina.
Are we doing another live read? All right. Off a day. The number of variant cases identified on Guam continues to rise according to the latest virus samples that underwent genome sequencing by the CDC. All 17 returned as variants of concern. The latest set of results are from virus samples collected between May and April. The breakdown, 15 were identified as the UK variant, 1 as the South African variant, and 1 as the Brazil-Japan variant. Additionally, of the 17 variants of concern, 3 were travel-related and identified in the GovGuam quarantine facility, while 14 had no travel history. This brings the total number of variants on Guam to 51 out of a total of 138 virus samples that have been submitted to the CDC for genome sequencing to date. Meanwhile, Guam recorded 7 new COVID-19 cases out of 550 tests performed Monday. 3 cases were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 8,251 officially reported cases of COVID on Guam, with 139 deaths. 49 cases are active, and there have been 8,063 recoveries. A total of 3 people are hospitalized. The CAR score is 0.4. As for vaccinations, a total of 87,749 residents have been fully vaccinated. GVB, Guam Customs, and the airport have officially launched the website for the Guam Electronic Declaration Form, or EDF. This is the second and final phase of the EDF implementation, which was officially introduced back in March. The first phase of the program had passengers in specific flights fill out the EDF through designated kiosks in the baggage claim area of the airport. While the mobile launch, with the mobile launch, all arriving passengers to Guam will be able to fill out the EDF on their personal computers or mobile devices up to 72 hours prior to their arrival on Guam. This then negates the need to fill out the paper form while on the plane. The EDF can now be accessed online at cqa.guam.gov or guamedf.landing.cards. Designated EDF kiosks within the baggage claim area of Guam will be accessible. The U.S. Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics released a study today on occupational employment and wages in Guam. According to the report, local workers had an average hourly wage of $17.75 in May 2019, which is about 31% below the national average of $27.72. Other notable items in the federal report include legal occupations were highest paid at $35.97 an hour, followed by management occupations at $33.97 an hour. Construction and extraction occupations accounted for 7.2% of local employment compared to 4.2% nationally. Office and administrative support occupations accounted for the largest share of local employment at 14.7%. Among individual occupations, retail salespersons were the most common job in the area with 1,990 workers. Also, from the nation's capital, the Department of Navy's fiscal year 2022 budget was the focus of a hearing before the House Armed Services Committee today. Here's a portion of the exchange between South Carolina Congressman Joe Wilson and Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Michael Gilday.
Gilday, in a prior hearing, the Indo-Pacific Theater Posture, Admiral Phil Davidson testified to the appreciated American territory of Guam's significance as a deep-water strategic port, fuel and munition logistical depot, and is home to 170,000 patriotic American citizens and service members. He recommended deploying the Aegis Ashore Missile Defense Facility to counter the Chinese missile threat, which would free up 3 Navy destroyers. In your assessment, how could we improve Guam's defense strategy to limit its impact on strike power resources, which are already severely impacted by decommissioning plans?
So there's a lot of work that's behind Admiral Davidson's requirement for missile defense at Guam. I think it's a valid requirement. The only thing I'd add is, based on the last discussion I had, I think that we also want to look at laser technology, and I think it's even easier if it's shore-based rather than ship-based. With the real key is a power generation source. I think you're talking about a much more affordable system. I'm not saying that you would have that in lieu of missile defense, but probably additive in some type of defense in depth construct. That's the only thing I'd add with respect to that requirement.
And Admiral, as you look at that, we need to always remember that the people of Guam have the highest percentage of participation in the American military of any state or territory, and the people are so patriotic and so grateful for the liberation by the Marines. Previously, Admiral, I was fortunate to represent the Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort, which is home.
With more news, here's Adriana Cotero.
Hafidang, good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Cotero with your headlines here on The Link. A Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center annex is now located on the Department of Corrections Manilao compound. It's been operational for 3 weeks with 14 clients receiving treatment. Here's more on the new development.
It's very exciting. Very, very exciting.
It's been discussed for some time now, and the plan is finally in progress to stand up a Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center on the Department of Corrections prison grounds. Sharing her excitement, GBHWC Director Teresa Ariola.
The Department of Corrections spoke to me, Joe Carpelito, and said, you know, I need to get out of this business. This is not my business. This is your business, which makes sense. Why would Department of Corrections be in the mental health business and try to stand up their own mini GBWC, if you will?
The governor put out an executive order last year, and after months of consultations and meetings, the GBHWC and DOC officially signed off on a memorandum of understanding. This finalized the creation for a mental health and substance abuse center and programs for clients in the criminal system to attend at the Manilao compound. DOC spokesperson Major Anton Uggan.
It's one of our housing units called Post 7. We activated it towards the end of May. We currently have about 14 clients here.
The MOU determines that DOC is no longer in the mental health business, with the authority transferred over to GBHWC. The annex can safely treat between 30 to 40 clients, and currently there is about 7 staff on hand.
When we started getting clients moved from Guam Behavioral to Muni over to the Manilao facility, we also moved a few from the Agana facility that were of need of mental health treatment, behavioral health treatment, and they are also up at that unit right now.
According to Uggan, they have about 6 months to get everything in order, as there are 2 90-day phases to meet certain deadlines. Then the annex will be fully operational.
We're still working on all our policies and procedures on how this system would work. We're going to have to change some of our policies. And again, the goal is probably to get them either back into the community, or if they don't need to stay in that particular unit, they can move out to the general population or to another housing unit when their condition becomes more stable.
And Uggan shares in the excitement, as he says the Department of Corrections and prison community can benefit greatly from this transition.
I think this is a good thing for the department and for the clients that need that particular help.
Will they stay or will they go? As Sabrina Salas-Matanani reports, a final decision will be made by the end of the week on many homes built at a cemetery in Pidi.
Their final resting place causing grave concern. KUAM News has learned a meeting will be held on Thursday to provide final guidance on what will be done with home-like structures built over graves at the Vicente A. Limtiaco Memorial Cemetery in Nimitz Hill.
I'm not sure if they're really going to have them taken all down.
PD Mayor Jesse Allig says he's concerned about the surrounding community and the hazard the structures could pose from inclement weather, such as a typhoon.
And so that's important for us in the village because it is adjacent to a neighborhood. And so we want to be careful about, and we want to protect personal property and lives. And you're right that we want to be also respectful of what has occurred for those families, really.
Seeking closure on the issue, the mayor wrote to Parks and Recs Director Roque Alcantara.
And in his response, he did say that that in his communication with the chief of staff, that they were going to have the structures removed, or they were going to request the owners to remove the structures, and that they would continue to monitor it so that future burials would not have that same problem.
According to the letter from Alcantara to the mayor, he received instructions from the governor's chief of staff to proceed in informing violators to remove the structures that they built over their loved one's grave. Quote, "I know it will cause a burden on them, but they must learn to follow policies. As per DPR's burial policy, absolutely no structure is to be built above ground other than a head marker. The removal of the structures will send a clear signal for future burials," end quote. KUAM did ask comment from the DPR director. He says the issue is status quo, but he should have an answer by the end of the week. An ultimate decision with a viewing from different perspectives.
I do want to be sensitive to the fact that those families lost a loved one.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
The Port Authority did not violate Guam law or its own rules and regulations when it hired employees with criminal convictions. In a news release, the port said the Civil Service Commission ruled unanimously today that the PAG's hiring practices for employees who disclosed a criminal conviction on their suitability determination form that were hired in fiscal years 2017 through February 2021 is pursuant to applicable rules, regulation, and law. The CSC post-audit review was requested in January by Legislative Oversight Chairperson Senator Talina Nelson. She questioned the hiring of convicted former corrections officer Frankie Roslin, who was implicated in a prison contraband smuggling scheme. The CSC's review covered hirings from 2010 to present. The port did not disclose the names of any criminal convicts hired, saying the information is confidential. Take Care and the Guam Regional Medical City now have a permanent deal. The health insurance carrier announced that its commercial, private sector, and federal members will now have access to a full range of covered and approved services at GRMC. The two had been unable to reach a service agreement for several years, but in February they signed a contract effective for the duration of the public health emergency. The new deal, which became effective May 21st, replaces that. Separately, Take Care had challenged a Guam law that required bidders for the lucrative GovGuam Health contract to have both local hospitals in their in-service network. Public Health shut down 2 Chinese restaurants deemed imminent health hazards. During a recent inspection, public health inspectors found an active roach infestation at Spring Chinese Kitchen 2 and House of Chin Fei. According to an inspection report, inspectors responded to a complaint at House of Chin Fei regarding bugs in the food and observations of cockroach activity. As for Spring Chinese Kitchen 2, inspectors responded to a complaint of the food smelling like roaches. Notices of closures were issued to both restaurants, and both establishments will have to pay a $100 reinstatement fee after the successful completion of a follow-up inspection. That's it for news now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
In other news, the deadly force procedures are still in draft form, although according to the Office of the Attorney General, the review period is nearly done. Currently, Guam does not have written procedures in place for deadly force-related incidents that involve peace officers, and for that reason, the AG's office released the draft that contains 3 written policies. The policies are for immediate notification of deadly force incidents, the formation of an independent investigative team, and an independent review by the AG's prosecution division and Superior Court grand jury. AG spokesperson Carlina Charfres notes that there are little to no changes to the draft. She adds that the group, which includes law enforcement agencies, will meet again in the coming weeks to lay out the next steps. Another COVID-19 vaccine could be headed to market. Biotech company Novavax is expected to ask for permission to distribute its shot soon. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is in its final sprint toward the president's Independence Day vaccination goal, as the country also hit new grim milestones of 600,000 COVID-related deaths. Skylar Henry reports.
Novavax is joining the fight against COVID-19. The Maryland-based biotech company says its 2-dose vaccine is about 90% effective and is safe after being tested in nearly 30,000 trial participants. Last year, we spoke with the company's head of research and development.
This is really a complex process. It has a lot of burden to prove that it's safe and can work.
Novavax plans to seek authorization to give out its vaccine by the end of September, with a focus on distribution in low to middle income countries. It comes as scientists are sounding the alarms on the Delta variant of the virus, first discovered in India. Over the past 3 weeks, China has been racing to stop the spread of the highly contagious variant, and the former FDA commissioner tells CBS News it could become the dominant strain here in the U.S.
This could spike a new epidemic heading into the fall.
Members of Congress lined the Capitol steps to honor the nearly 600,000 Americans who've died from the pandemic. So far, more than 64% of Americans have received at least one dose of the coronavirus vaccine. Administration officials are stepping up their efforts to get even more people to roll up their sleeves, just 3 weeks shy of President Biden's July 4th goal of 70%.
Now's not the time to let our guard down.
Vice President Harris visited a vaccination site in South Carolina, the first stop in a nationwide push.
If you are vaccinated, you are protected.
Meanwhile, the first federal court ruling regarding vaccine mandates came down in Texas. A federal judge dismissed the lawsuit filed by Houston Methodist Hospital employees over its COVID vaccine requirement. The plaintiffs say they'll appeal. Skyler Henry, CBS News, Washington.
On the third Saturday of December this year, Guam will be joining more than 2,000 other locations, laying down wreaths to remember our fallen heroes. Isaiah Uggan has the story.
Wreaths Across America is the day that pays tribute to those who have served. Wreaths Across America is the day that pays tribute to those who have served across the nation, and its mission is to raise awareness of the sacrifices veterans made for our country. Every second or third Saturday in December, all veteran cemeteries nationwide sync in with the Arlington National Cemetery in Virginia to remember those who served by holding a moment of silence and lay down their wreaths to their fallen loved ones. The Guam Veterans Affairs Office was approved to join the national program this year for the first time in late February. VA Director Tim Uggan said in an exclusive interview with KUAM News, this is going to be historical for Guam.
And what it is that each family member or surviving veteran that has a spouse buried there will be able to purchase a wreath for the amount of $15.
If you're a part of a nonprofit veteran organization, you can also purchase a wreath for $15 as well, and $5 will go to support their mission. On December 18th at 12 p.m., wreaths will be laid down at the PD Veterans Cemetery to remember those who have served.
It's a huge, grand event that's going to happen. The entire community is going to get involved, and I'm asking that everybody, private, public, and nonprofit organizations and families get involved and support this event. It's going to be very emotional, very life-touching, and it's long overdue to pay homage to the heroes and the fallen ones that are buried at PD Cemetery.
The goal is to sell at least 5,870 wreaths. To date, 11 people on the island have purchased a wreath thus far. Interested individuals can buy their wreaths online at wreathsacrossamerica.org/GUGUVC. In addition, the agency is also in the process of submitting applications for 2 grants. One is to improve the infrastructure for the U.S. Navy Memorial Cemetery in East Sagania.
And to do a little bit of improvements, for example, there's 1 flagpole, we're going to erect 3. We are also looking at erecting a small pavilion for meditation and reflection, and maybe a couple of benches at the East Sagania.
The second grant is going to be used to expand the current footprint of the PD Cemetery, as well as improving the infrastructure.
It will allow us to get 5 more years of life in that cemetery.
Uggan is unsure of the amount of funds the agency will be receiving from the grant, but applications are expected to be turned in by Thursday, July 1st, and should be getting a rough estimate by next week. Reporting for Guam's News Network.
And with your news in Chamorro, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenas tardes, tigetsun tubikunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Dumiskal sa dumifefendi si George Chambers Jr. gito na trial. Mataki si Chambers na trampasi pandemic unemployment assistance patpuan na programa ani mandagi gito na record na niya sa miti ito na claim. Mainday si Chambers no forgery ni 3 grado na felony, dinirogan record publiko ni mina 3 grado na felony, dos kwenta ni tinilaikan informasyon ni Manday gigi-record niya no misdemeanor, janong kwenta na tinilaikan informasyon no Manday gigi-record niya no misdemeanor. Estifinan na nakausap pun madigruzi ipuwa na programa ni Ubanauga tigi Superior Court of Guam. Iyan nagimento ni hindi sumi trial sa Paramasusedi gi Webes, dia 17 tigi Hunyo. The Port Authority of Guam sa di makontradisi ang reglamento niya siya ane man empleado lanero siya ni mamakumbiktan kriminal. Ilay niya iport na todo gi Civil Service Commission sa man akomfort man na reglamento niya iport ni parofan man hire empleado ni ma-admiti na man makumbikta siya gi adjust suitability determination form no man ma-hire disti 2017 na sakan esta February gi 2021 na sakan matatiji lies ang todo ang reglamento ni luputsi. CSC na post-audit na review sa ma-request gi Enero na mes ni Umiluli Oversight Report si Senadora Telina Nelson. A question niya si Nelson guhin na tempo hafa na ma-hire Edzigan Corrections na opisyal Franklin Rosalind no ma-atake na manlilifit kontrabando halong peso. CSC sa ma-review itay mano man hire report disti tatigi 2017 na sakan estapago. Tiasangan ni Port hadyo man ma-hire siya ni man makumbitang kriminal. Masangan na confidential adyo na informasyon. Dos na sakan sa motontino sa man mahutom ni Public Health sa puri piniligron sa loot. Girin ni kanosa ni Public Health ginigi alatsa masoda active bang kukuratsa gi Spring Chinese Kitchen 2 sa ni House of Chen Fei. Según el report de inspection, marisibi no Public Health complaint. Pagkaga di kikigineng kano dyan madi kukuratsa siya no lalala gi House of Chen Fei. Gi Spring Chinese Kitchen 2, man mato inspector siya na igba-complain na pagkukuratsa inang kano. Man manai do sa sagan sa moto notisya no fan mahutom. Tori do sa debit yung maapasi 100 pesos kada uno, pero fan mababa de nuevo, dyan gimunazan man marikonosi talo sa maulika todo. I-take care na kompanya dyan ni Guam Regional Medical City sa guaha pagupit manente na kontatan niya. I-take care ma-anunsyo na inson niya commercial, private sectors and member ni Federal. Sa sinapaguman manay mas kabalis na kinurban insurance dyan na preban serbisyo gi GRMC. Esti dot na kompanya sa tisino makomprendi pero akomfort mapur serbisyo dyan kinurban insurance. Para sa nambam na tempo esta, logi Febrero na mes mafit man no dos kontrata no efektibo gidironte ni Public Health Emergency. Maago zo pare nuevo na kontrata niya tutuhong wedis di 21 gimazo. I-take care na insurance sa investi aji ilay gwini gizagwahan na adzi man bibit para insurance salud publiko para gobernamentong guhan sa David yung manasano todi dos hospital gizon niya service network. Para Guam News Network, Guao Sikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link with the support of Jay Goodman. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at Jay Goodman, a happiness company. You're in good hands with Jay Goodman. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement.
Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Ekangok ega zan edza kifinut samoro gia sontun samoro kada dia gi KUAM News. Gatsa gi idaling na programa gi las 8 gi egan gi esla tomorrow streaming radio pedi KUAM News YouTube na channel para linabian fasilidad mizu. Malata fanita para mas información matters da diligencia y sem preciosa na kulturata entri sesultana setbi kada dia y lingwahe natibo ni Itzamoro. Y asunto gi finut samoro sa ni na fafatu zan pedalinunudzi ni familia mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com and let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Timbalodia. I think he's staying out in Florida. Hey, good morning. Morning. Morning, Jay.
Good morning. I think $10,000 can get you out to Florida, right?
Yeah,
and
probably.
you'd have a lot left over.
And they're wide open. 714. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be taking care of you if you entered the Vax and Win promo. Jay?
Yes, in about 6 minutes. We are just eagerly anticipating, as all of us are. The governor's going to go live on her Facebook page. We're going to pipe that into our stream so you guys can sit right here, keep on having your conversations, hang out with us. And
we got you.
We are going to find out who the first batch of winners for the Vax to Win promotion are.
Right, and this is going on for the next 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Every week they're going to give away $10,000.
Leading up to Liberation Day.
And a brand new car.
And remember, the thing that's cool is they said when GVB, Carl Gutierrez, was telling us about this a couple weeks ago, is they said they approached all 6 of the major car dealerships, and they said they all signed on right away. They're like, where do I sign up? And so there have been 6 donated cars. I know just off the top of my head, I believe there's a Versa, a Kia Soul. Good wheels are being given away. So
right on.
And the featured prizes are the $10,000 cash and the car, but there are also some very, very valuable and practical prizes also being given away too.
Right.
Which I'm sure the governor's going to go into great detail about.
Right. We're gonna share her feed on our feed, and so just stay right here with the link, and we'll take care of you. We'll announce who the lucky winners are.
Yeah, that should be happening in about 5 minutes.
Right on. And then rounding out the rest of the show, Dr. Cabrera had to cancel, guys. So we're going to get info on the variants around 9:15 with Janela Carrera and Shima Mbakwe, who is the chief public health officer. These variant results, Bree, these were from samples taken. Sorry.
So they sent out, April and May, and this is like the 5th set of samples that they've sent to CDC for the genome sequencing because we can't do that here locally. And so out of the 17, all 17 were identified as variants of concern.
Right. But
so 15 were from the UK variant, 1 the South African variant, and 1 was Brazil-Japan variant.
Right. So what we saw in the national news was this Delta variant, Bree.
Right. I know there's a lot of talk about that.
Yeah.
You know what else is being talked about a lot here is mandating the COVID vaccine, you know, for like places of employment, for school, things like that. But I did want to note out of those 17 variants is that 14 had absolutely no travel history.
Yeah.
Right. And so those are people coming in, getting caught in the quarantine, which, if you're fully vaccinated.
These are 14 that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
They were here.
Oh, I see. No travel history.
They weren't in the.
I got you.
Yeah.
My bad.
And was it 17 samples were sent there, and all 17 did test positive for a
variant of concern.
17 for 17.
What does it mean though to you guys out there? Because we've got the variants, we've had the variants, but it just hasn't really led to like the high number of positives that you would assume that having these variants here, all these different variants. I mean, God, we've got every kind of variant out here. We're just not getting those numbers, and I'm assuming, I guess, because we're vaccinated. And so that's the train of thought, is that we get enough people vaccinated, then we shouldn't have to worry about the spread of the COVID. All right, 718. Jay, we're just waiting for Governor Lulia Guerrero, politician, on her Facebook page to go live.
Yep.
And then we'll go ahead and pop that on our stream here with the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and our friends at Jack in the Box. Your chance to win $10,000 in the people's money. I think it is. I don't know where it's come from, but we'll take it. It's 10 grand. And there's a brand new car every week for the next 6 weeks.
Has it been discussed exactly where that funding, what the source of that funding is for the prize money?
I don't know.
Well, we know the cars were donated very generously by the dealerships.
Right.
That we know.
Yeah, we do. And like Uncle Carl had said, they got them from. Did he say they were donated?
The cars, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there came from a bunch of the different dealers. It's 7:19 now, right here on the link. So again, this is supposed to happen at 7:21.
Yeah.
Are they up yet?
No, not yet.
I don't see anything.
And that's going to be the tricky thing for us. Joser and I are walking on eggshells right now because as soon as they go, we got to cut over to this.
Cut out.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I'm watching too.
And NBD, no big deal for us. We're just
it's nothing. Yeah,
trying
NBD,
to
totally.
synchronize it.
Just $10,000, no big deal.
But yeah, well, just since you brought it up, Chris, Governor Gutierrez did mention when we talked to him last, about the fact that they approached each of the dealerships and then just said, we're trying to do this promotion. This is the idea and everything like that. Would you guys be willing to donate? The car would just have to be in the range of 20,000 value, somewhere around there. And all 6 dealerships jumped right on board, as I said.
Right.
Let me see if I could pull up what the cars are that they're anyway. So they're giving away.
I believe it's a Corolla. I think from
right. It's a
Nissan
2021 Mitsubishi Mirage hatchback, a 2021 Nissan Versa.
There you go.
A 2021 Kia Soul X-Line, a 2022 Hyundai Kona compact SUV, a 2021 Toyota Corolla LE, and a 2021 Subaru.
All right, we're going to go now.
Crosstrek CVT.
We see Crystal now. We're jumping on live here.
Okay.
My name is Crystal Paco San Augustine, Director of Communications for the Office of the Governor of Guam. And today is a big day for week 1 of our Vax and Win raffle. The winners were randomly selected through a computer-generated software that encrypts all user data for security. And at the time of the raffle drawing, there were a total of 38,697 entries. Let me repeat that at the time of today's raffle, there were a total of 38,697 entries. And I know all of you want to know who all the winners are. We are currently in the process of verifying these individuals. Again, I know you want to know who the winners are, but we are currently in the process of verifying these individuals. Again, in order to be eligible to win, you must have been vaccinated here on Guam. This verification process is ongoing for the individuals we've pulled for week 1. But we'll be back here on Facebook Live at 3 p.m. to meet our winners and to hear their vaccination stories. And I'm loving the comments. A lot of people saying, pick me, so excited. We are definitely very excited for today's Vax and Win raffle. Again, we've pulled our names. We are currently in the process of verifying these individuals to ensure they were vaccinated here on Guam. We'll be back here on Facebook Live. I'll see you here at 3 p.m. to meet our winners and hear their vaccination stories. Again, this is only week 1 of our Vax and Win raffle. We have 5 more weeks of great giveaways, including a brand new car and $10,000 to be raffled every week leading up to Liberation Day. That's July 21. This week's prizes for adults 18 years and older include a one-night stay at the Guam Reef valued at $150, PHR social membership card valued at $150, and from DFS, a Mark Tetra bag valued at $400. We also have $10,000 in cash and a 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage hatchback valued at $16,995. We also want to note that minors ages 12 to 17 years of age have their own category of prizes. Week 1 prizes for minors ages 12 to 17 include an O-Bag purse valued at $85, a silver Guam seal pendant valued at $100, a gift card prize package. This includes Foot Locker, Outback Steakhouse, and Red Lobster, valued at $130, $500 in cash, and an iPhone 12 mini valued at $799. Each winner will also receive a T Galleria by DFS shopping bag and an SK2 sample sets while supplies last. And on behalf of the Governor of Guam and the Guam Visitors Bureau, we want to thank the following sponsors for this week's prizes. So thank you so much. Sizos Maasi to T Galleria by DFS, Vince Jewelers, PHR Kang Corporation, DKSH Guam Inc., doing business as Time and Style by Caranel, Guam Reef Hotel, Triple J Guam, Micronesia Mall Guam, and Talent Basket. If you're vaccinated, but you're not entered to win, I don't know what you're waiting for. Visit visitguam.com/VAX. That's visitguam.com/vax to enter. If you're not vaccinated, it's not too late. Visit dphss.guam.gov/vaccinategU. Again, that's dphss.guam.gov/vaccinategU. And I'll go ahead and put it in here in the captions for a complete list of vaccination clinics, including clinics today at the University of Guam Fieldhouse from 12 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. for all our residents living in the central area. For our southern residents, we have a vaccination clinic at Public Health's Southern Region Community Health Center in Inalahan from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And for our northern residents, we have a drive-through vaccination effort at the Farmers Co-op Market in Dededo from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Again, if you're vaccinated and not entered to win, what are you waiting for? Visit visitguam.com/vax. If you're not vaccinated and want to be eligible to win, please visit one of our vaccination clinics at either University of Guam today, at Inalahan's, our Public Health in Inalahan, or at our Farmers Co-op Market in Dededo. And that's a drive-through vaccination effort, so you never have to get out of your car. Once you received your last dose of the COVID-19 vaccine, you are then eligible to win. So log on to visitguam.com/vax. And if you don't win this week, your entry carries over to next week, and the next week if you don't win, and so on. So your entry carries over to the following week. As of June 14, there were a total of 87,749 vaccinated people on Guam, bringing us closer to liberating Guam from COVID-19. Again, as of June 14, and according to our latest JIC report, there were a total of 87,749 vaccinated people on Guam, bringing us closer to liberating Guam from COVID-19. Again, our goal is to vaccinate 80% of our adult population by Guam's Liberation Day on July 21st. If you're just tuning in, I see a lot of yours just tuning in. We've just pulled our week 1 winners for our Vax and Win raffle. We are currently in the process of verifying these winners to ensure that in fact they have received their COVID-19 vaccine here on Guam. Tune in at 3 p.m. today, right here on Facebook Live. I'll see you here. It's a date to meet our winners and to hear their vaccination stories. Again, if you're just tuning in, we've pulled our week 1 winners for our Vax and Win raffle. We're currently in the process of verifying these individuals to ensure they've received their COVID-19 vaccine here on Guam. Tune in at 3 p.m. today, right here on Governor Leon Guerrero's Facebook Live, to meet our winners and to hear their vaccination stories. Sizos Maasi for doing your part to keep Guam safe. Please stay safe, and I'll see you here at 3 p.m.
Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. I thought they were going to announce the winners, but I guess not.
Yeah, so they're going to announce it at 3 o'clock.
At
They
3
have the
p.m.
names. They have the names of the winners for the car and the $10,000 cash, but they have to verify, I guess, these individuals. So the announcement will be made at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And also they have some other prizes they're giving away to the other different age categories, 12 to 17-year-olds and so forth. So we all have to wait until 3 o'clock. They do have the names of the winners, but they have to verify them.
Yeah, they were saying
But
they have to properly verify if they actually were vaccinated.
Right.
So
Right, and
there's
so-
a couple more quality steps. Obviously, they got to go through. But apparently, they said at 3 they're also going to introduce and kind of like share their story.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. We were under the impression that
Yeah, I
we were
was
going to
led to
announce
believe-
the winners for you guys, and I wasn't trying to mislead you. That's what we were thinking. We were assuming it rightfully
They
because
kind of led us to believe, like
Yeah.
in a couple weeks ago, that they said every week we're going to do this at 7:21.
right. So
Yeah. So, well, speaking of which, we care about
Maybe because
accuracy.
it's the first one.
Yeah, I know a couple people were chatting me, and they were saying, "Can you make sure about the procurement of the cars and everything like that?" When I interviewed Governor Gutierrez a couple weeks ago, I'm pretty sure he said how because you were saying like were the cars like really donated? I'm gonna follow up on that because I want to make sure we got that right.
Yeah, I don't think he said they were donated, Jay. I think he said they bought them. And
I'm gonna follow up on that.
Remember, he said we went around to all the dealers. And why would they go around to all the dealers to get a donation? I don't know. We'll figure it out, guys. Again, but my apologies.
We'll make sure we get the right one. Yeah, but I mean, hey, we hyped it up really well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel a little.
So they're giving away though the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage hatchback today at 3:00. They already know who won it. Again, they're just verifying it. As of today, 38,697 people have entered into this Vaccine Win contest. And as Crystal said, if you haven't already, what are you waiting for?
Oh, our comments, guys.
Oh yeah, so if Crystal was saying like she goes, oh, I can see everybody on her comment stream. They're saying, pick me. Did I win? Yeah. Our comments a little bit different.
There's some different comments. I mean, it makes sense because Guam is a raffle culture. We didn't just learn the raffles today. I mean, it's even Guam Code annotated. Anytime you have more than 20 people from Guam in the same room, you have to do a raffle. And so we did have some comments here. D. Wayne writes in, why can't we see them pull the names? Anyway, so, yeah. Sorry, guys. I guess 3:00, we'll figure out who won.
And they'll have their vaccination stories.
All right. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back with more of The Link. And Dave Della Sola, the Department of Labor. And, of course, there's so much to talk about on The Link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink.
Brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
Double fighting like this. Now we be loving from the dark into dawning. Now I'm looking in your eyes in the morning. Then you look at me, girl, and smile. 'Cause you know I treat you right all the while. Nowhere else in the world I'd be. No more beautiful women I've seen. Where the sky is clear and the grass is green. Island girls, you are a man's best dream. Love the way that you move it, move it. Love the way you move it, Island girl. Love the way that you do it. Now everywhere that I go and every time I do a show, got a bunch of local girls all in the front row. They know it all the words and the way the song goes. Body bouncing all around and they playing the bongos. And you know they wanna come to the party. Pick you with the PUB crew and get naughty. Turn up the stereo so she can shake her body. Baby girl, I love you when you call me Big Papi. Love the way that you move it, move it. Oh
Hey, good morning. All right, so just to recap, Bree, what's going to happen with this $10,000 Vaccine Win free car giveaway?
So, Crystal, she popped on. She said that they have the winners, but they need to verify the winners. And so at 3 o'clock this afternoon, you can watch the live stream as they announce the winners. And she said they're going to have their vaccination stories. 12. They also have awards for 12 to 17-year-olds and then 18-year-olds. Again, that's at 3 o'clock. She said that 38,697 people submitted an entry to the Vaccine Win program. And she said that if you haven't done so already and you haven't got vaccinated yet, what are you waiting for? Go and do it. You can win $10,000. You can win a brand new car. So go and get vaccinated.
Right on. 7:40. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where obviously we have Sabrina Salas-Smith tonight. If you guys missed it, she's broadcasting live from the Cosmopolitan Hotel on the Las Vegas Strip. And Dave Delasola's in. Where you at, Dave?
You're having too much fun with this.
Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Morning.
Dave Delasola, Department of Labor. Well, thanks for joining us, Dave. I know you're back. It's good to have you this morning.
Thanks. I'm getting.
What is that?
I'm getting Sabrina's talking by in the back. I can't really hear anybody.
Is your Facebook on?
Yes.
Maybe turn it off. That's why. Yeah. I know it's always fun to watch. Thanks, Dave.
No wonder I couldn't hear it. Thanks for having me on.
Of course.
It's nice to be back on Guam and just getting caught up to speed with everything that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we can just get right into it.
A rundown of what's happening in the latest of PUA.
Right. So I guess we could start, Dave, with the guidance that come out yesterday about those who don't have child care.
Yeah. As you know, one of the criteria, which is number DD in the PUA eligibility, is individuals that have a child that is the primary caregiver and is and their child are unable to attend school or another facility because they're closed because of COVID, which a lot of our schools were all closed and you had to do online learning. Then a lot of parents were forced to stay home and either reduce their hours or stop working in order to take care of their kids, which is one of the legitimate reasons for collecting PUA. But now that school is closed and your typical summer activities are going on, that you are now required to do, childcare or whatever it is now that they're all open, and that eligibility criteria is no longer in effect. So this is a US DOL criteria, and they reminded us of the guidance because I know schools change. I don't know, they're all closed. Most of them I think are all closed now. So I just wanted to ensure that the public knows that whatever you did last summer or not last summer, the summer before or previously is what you typically have to do, and you can't use that criteria anymore to collect PUA.
Okay, that's the only change?
Yeah, that's pretty much the only change. And I know in the next coming weeks, we're evaluating the job search criteria. That's something that I have to talk with the governor. I'm also hoping to get a little feedback from the Chamber of Commerce, since I'll be speaking as their guest at the end of this month. I will also be a panelist, I learned, at this economic forum that's coming up.
Surprise!
Yeah. So much for my vacation anymore, but back in the saddle and just going to get a lot of feedback and try to see whether or not this job search, to me, in my understanding, really there isn't a lot of jobs opening to really make it so that I'm forcing people to do job search. For me, if the governor agrees with me, it's more of them having to go through the steps so that they are familiar with job search, how to go on Hire Guam, and how to look for work. Because come September, they're not going to have any choice. They're going to have to look for work. And I like for them to at least be familiar with what it takes to do the job search and, go through the motions. And that way they're better prepared. So that's really what my intentions were for job search. And not that there's thousands of jobs out there and our island needs these workers, because there are hundreds of jobs out there. And from all the feedback that I'm getting, all this job fairs that these individual job employers are doing have been quite successful. They're getting a lot of applicants. They're hiring. So they're getting that cream of the crop that are wanting to work and that are looking for work. It's that bottom half of the employees that are still a little lethargic in getting up and getting to work because they still want to get PUA, which is happening all over the nation. So it's not just Guam. And these are the people that I'm trying to help them by making them look for work through maybe July and August, or the latter part of July and August, at least to continue to get those last few weeks of PUA. And then when it gets cut off, they're better prepared.
Mm-hmm. I know you mentioned that you're going to be speaking before you're the guest speaker at the Chamber's first face-to-face general membership meeting at the end of the month. But what's been the response from the business community in terms of signing up on the Hire Guam website and registering?
Activities have increased. I have looked, and it has definitely gone up. Has it gone up as much as I'd like it to be? No. And it's the old chicken or the egg thing. I need more employers to get in, and I need more employees to get in, and both start using it to become more robust. And it's a tool that we give free. It's not something that I can make employers use. I know it can be somewhat tedious, and maybe it's not the best design. I think it's if you get used to it, it can work well. But like I said, you need it to be robust in order for it to go well. And as I always said, for the employers, it's one tool to use. It's not the only tool. Don't stop what you normally do, but please add that in so that the people down at the American Job Center, our counselors, can utilize those tools very easily when we get these clients come in and sit down. It's just computers. It's easy for us to help our clients and help the employees.
Right.
And, go ahead.
I know, just for people who are on PUA and they don't have access to a computer, and this new rule kicks in that they've got to go on to Hire Guam and show proof that they've tried to find employment. Where else can they go, or how can they provide that?
The site is very mobile phone friendly, and just about everybody has mobile phones. A lot of the people that I know file their weekly claims through their phones. It's pretty effortlessly.
Okay.
You just boom, 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 boom. So the website is mobile friendly and user friendly.
Okay.
To the point where if there are jobs, it'll help you ping you where the job is in the location. It's pretty robust. That, or they can manually go out, knock on doors, very inefficient, but it is the old-fashioned way that I grew up with, and submit their applications and just get some kind of note from the employer that says, yes, Sabrina applied for a job here at, whatever, and they can just upload that, take a picture of it, upload it, and boom, you're done. So it isn't too complicated, and if they file every week for the PUA, then they can certainly take a picture and upload 3 job searches very quickly. I know it's an inconvenience, but to get the money, sometimes you have to be a little inconvenienced.
Mm-hmm. There was this report. Did you get a chance to see it from the U.S. Department of Labor on wages on Guam and how we are really far behind in comparison to the national average? The occupational employment and wages study from the Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics. Did you get a chance to see that?
That came out when I was out. And I haven't had a chance to sit down and review it with Gary Hiles yet. But that is on my desk with a big pile of things for me to look at. But from what I understand, it does show that there is a growth in employment and that we are slowly moving forward, even though it is not as fast as we hoped it to be. But that's understandable with the tourism. Our largest employer still pretty much closed out, and slowly it'll get ramped up. But our minimum wage is higher than the nation, but you're right. Our total wages are lower than the national average, but we just need to, like I said, open up, get everybody up and hired, and get them going. It's going to be a slow fight to get our island back, and I'm really trying to encourage people to do it now, because come September, when everybody's looking for work, it's going to be a lot harder. There is work out there, and if you're in an industry that may open later, you don't have to get the job that you want to do, but just get the job that pays you until your real job gets open, or you can get into job training. I mean, we are providing, all our service providers are starting to open up the job training in the demand occupations. We're working with Silva Bauta to try to train 20 bus drivers for his fleet of buses that are going to be coming. So there are a lot of opportunities, not to cover everybody, but there are some good opportunities for good training to good paying jobs that are there now and will be opening up in the next couple months. And they are limited. So come out, get it done, get qualified, and get in there early, and get a new an occupation that is a little bit more insulated from the closures of COVID, and it can also get you in a new field as the tourism, it takes time to open up. So, I'm in the works. I'm meeting with Mary Rhodes tomorrow. We're going to talk about, the economic forum, what kind of things we can do to help the displaced workers. So, we're rolling up our sleeves and now looking at, shifting our resources and our eyes away from PUA, because that's running like clockwork. Next Tuesday, we'll batch another batch. It's going. Hopefully, the numbers are slowly going down. The last batch was 17 million. 2 weeks prior from that, it was, around 18 million. So it has been going down, an average of, a million or so a batch. I mean, in 413, it was 25 million. And in 6/8, it was 17. So you can see that it went down in 2 months, $8 million. So things are opening up, and PUA is slowly decreasing.
Right.
But 17 million is still a lot of people.
Yeah, it is. Dave, so how would you, any advice or just your thoughts on the big pay cut that a lot of these PUA recipients are going to get when they do go back into the private sector workforce? Because the PUA just baseline is way more than the minimum wage. And I don't know if these people have grown accustomed to being on those PUA wages, right? maybe incurred some expenses that they didn't need to or won't be able to afford when they go back to making minimum wage out in the real world?
Well, of course, I like to think that some of them are saving some of that money because it's going to be a transition. I know some of them are just living, PUA to PUA, and that's why I'm trying to get them to face the reality that it's closing September 4th. I don't see any it's going to open up. I mean, you look at the states and you see that they are hurting for work. They are getting stuck at the ports, and at the, they're everything is opening up, and demand is increasing so fast that they can't keep up with it. So that's the litmus test that you need to look at. That's going to happen here in Guam. That things are going well in the States. So this PUA isn't going to be expanded that I've seen. And you've seen the congressman, you've seen the governor trying to prepare our island for the realities of opening up. And handouts are going to slowly go away. So, be thankful, because I've seen these other countries that there aren't providing any assistance. Yeah. And at the end of the PUA program, all said and done, if you were, collecting PUA from the beginning of March, you've collected over $50,000. That's in a year and a half. So I hope that they save some of that money. I know that's a lot of money,
dude. That's way more than a lot of private companies pay. That's for sure.
Well, but
that's why they got to pay the RISE Act. I mean, it's Jesus.
Be thankful. I mean, the federal government stepped up, and the local government, we stepped up, and we got the money out to help you survive. No matter what, on average, 50,000. Nobody's coming out of this rose. It's going to be a stark reality when September comes, and you're going to hear our island ache from this, and so we just need to roll up our sleeves and get back and get to work and do what we've always done. And the island will open up, and hopefully we'll put all this behind us in the next couple of years. So, we just need to prepare and get going. And our island people need to get up and get working, get retrained, get the jobs. Some jobs are offering, good money because they need the workers. And others will just pay what you need to be paid, and be thankful that you survived through this COVID. There's not much more I can say. I don't know what else I can do.
I did want to ask, though, Dave, as you guys, I know you're extremely busy over there at GDOL, and when we hit September, I don't even know if discussions have already begun. Because, in the governor in her State of the Island address, she was talking about she wants this local unemployment insurance program. Have those discussions began?
I've done the inquiries. This is not something that you do overnight. It takes years to build, and there are maybe laws that need to be passed. There's a lot of work. It's I've started doing some inquiries, but to be honest, it's just I'm so overwhelmed with everything, trying to keep this program going. Remember, it's not just making the paychecks. I have overpayments that we need to look at. I have appeals. I have informal hearings. I have waivers. I have all these things that are going on in the background that are just keeping us. And then we got people who need help still filing and have problems with their claims. And every time we batch, we have return checks, people who put in their wrong banking information. We have hundreds of reconciliations that we need to go over and fix before the next batch comes up. So, and I still have to run my agency. I have a formal hearing for workers' comp this afternoon.
Oh boy.
I have the AJC. I have fair employment. I have wage and hour complaints coming in left and right. It's a lot to continue. ALPCD, we have over 1,600 H2s, and the peak of the buildup is going to happen in a couple of years. So that is slamming and continue to keep moving. That has been a saving grace for this island is the construction industry. We kept up with the demands and the filings and the certifications, all while doing PUA. And
yeah, sounds like you should have had extended your leave a little bit longer.
Yeah,
you should have what?
Sounds like you should go back on leave. Yeah, Dave, we're out of time. We got to run, but thank you so much and welcome back.
Thanks,
Dave. Very much, you guys.
All right.
And for taking and having me on, getting the word out. I appreciate you. Sabrina, you're looking very good. Your vacation did well, whatever you did. Chris, you look the same. So,
thanks. I'll take it. All right. We got to run.
Thanks a lot for having me,
That's
guys.
all right, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Of course. It's 8 o'clock. Let's get ready for KUAM TV. Here we go. Okay, hold on. That wasn't as smooth as I thought. Here we go. Morning. All right, at KUAM TV, good morning. Just real quick, guys. I know we were tuned in 721 for the big raffle, but it kind of seems like they weren't ready for whatever reason, and maybe just being in public service, not too familiar with like raffles and the whole process that goes into doing. I've done a million raffles, guys. How you do it when you verify the winners, normally in a regular raffle, is you announce them, and then if they're not verified, then you pull another name. Or, since this is a big, huge drawing, what you would do is maybe pick the winners ahead of time and verify them ahead of time. So when you tell everyone to tune in at 721 for a big giveaway, they actually get a big giveaway.
Okay, and I just came from the back, guys, and I passed two of our coworkers and everybody, from our administrative staff and our engineers, they're just filing in right now. I passed three people. The first thing he said is, "Who won?"
Yeah, so that's what you end up dealing with is like we have this huge opportunity with this Vax and Win promo, and it's a great idea to get us over the hump and reach herd immunity, but you definitely got to prep ahead of time so that it doesn't end up falling on its face like it did this morning. And obviously, you could feel the frustration with the comments.
It's their first one.
Yeah, they'll get it. I'm pretty sure
it's a brand new car. It's $10,000 cold hard cash.
So no matter what, they're going to have, I think so we're not going to know who won until 3 o'clock, guys.
Or could this possibly be one of those things that you would say, we'd rather be right than be fast?
Well, it's not, it's a raffle,
dude. No, but still, I don't know. Yeah. I just feel like you should have been better prepared.
Well, because I will say, it is. It's slightly related.
It is what it is.
But when Bree, because I've told Bree with this a number of years, because she and I had the good fortune of emceeing the Miss Guam World Pageant for a number of times, and I always said when they give us the final envelope, and we always had like these wonderful accountants from was it Ernst & Young, Bree, or Deloitte & Touche, and they would always tally the votes and everything like that. I always had ultimate trust in them, but I would always say, I was like, man, I hope I read the right name. Because can you imagine going up there and saying, and the winner is, and then you read the wrong one.
Yeah.
So the announcement has now been pushed back to 3 o'clock this afternoon so that they could verify the winners that they pulled, that they are in fact fully vaccinated. But so far, 38,697 people have entered this vaccine win.
Right,
And you
yep.
can still do it too.
Of course. And we're going to be doing it every week for like the next 6 weeks. It was kind of obvious, though, when we were watching that something was up. And Crystal was, I mean, because she read off the JIC report, and I felt like I was watching Crystal on KUAM for back in the day. So I was like, okay, this is what they call a stretch.
We've done a few of those ourselves.
Yeah.
You and I did one the other day when we were waiting for the, what was it, the Attorney
It
General
was a
press
good
conference.
stretch, though. It was really good.
Yeah, it was a good stretch. She's a pro. Hey, she had great training in the private sector here at KUAM. You're welcome. It's 8:04, guys. Yeah, so they're going to regroup. They'll figure it out. They got till 3 p.m. today. And just get ready. I guess if you guys win, you got to do a vaccination story video. So start coming up with a good vaccination story. Mine is just not even exciting. These guys were, Jason was like, oh, yeah, I want to protect the people I love that are close to me. And Sabrina was like, I have elderly parents. And I was like, well, I kind of figured that you wouldn't be able to do anything if you weren't vaccinated. So I was like, okay, give it to me, fine. It's 8:05.
Joser's got a good story. He's like, the wife said we had to.
Yeah, that's his. Yeah, that's probably like 50% of the vaccinations on Guam. So, yeah, we'll figure it out at 3. And, guys, I mean, it is what it is. And are you frustrated? Yeah. And the thing is, it's just kind of funny when you read these comments because, like I said earlier, we're like a raffle culture. I mean, my kids know how to do a raffle. It's not. And so people know all about raffles, and to have this huge big one, are we going to jump on her Facebook at 3 or what?
No,
I
because,
guess?
okay, between the three of us, how many raffles have between the three of us done in
Oh,
the various, I mean,
goodness.
probably like at least a couple hundred.
Right, yeah.
And you also know that when you get to that end of,
It's a pretty big logistical deal. Like when I do
Yeah.
the mall raffle.
and
I
the
mean, there-
mob can get very, very angry
Right.
very, very fast.
And I think another thing that people want to see is they want to see the process, right? You don't want to just like
You want the tumbler that you're turning, and you want to see
or
like,
the computer generated one. And I mean, people I'm sure love looking at Crystal, but they also want to see like the process just because that's what they're familiar with, right? Anytime you do a raffle, there's always a big deal about picking a winner, and then so when we do them at the mall, we pick a winner, and then they have people there who actually verify them on the spot. And if they're not there, then you move on to the next winner. I need to do a TED Talk on how to do a
No,
raffle.
the last time I did like a raffle was I think Bree, were you and I co-emceeing the was it the Red Ball a couple of years ago? And I mean we stayed.
It's computer. Yeah, it is computer generated.
No,
but
but
they
I
can
mean,
do like
we-
a screen share of how the process, because people just want to know. Right.
We stayed until the end. I mean, we were there until like midnight, just reading off like raffle winners, and everybody stayed in there because whether you come away with
That's the thing is it's a
keychain,
captive,
a gift
it's a
certificate.
captive audience.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you entered this Vaccine Win raffle, and you got to sit there and wait for Crystal to run through all these different names to verify them, then guess what? You're going to stay there and wait for Crystal to run through all the names to verify them because you want to win.
And
That's
you know
just
what?
how it is.
Let's be absolutely frank, right? Marketing psychology dictates that there are probably a fair number of people that got vaccinated just because they wanted to win a car.
Sure.
That's the only reason they did this, and that's absolutely fair.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
totally.
expected.
I mean, that's the point of
and
the
those
whole
are the
thing.
people that are gonna hang on until the thing's
yeah.
done.
So, guys, I mean, just chill with your comments about like, oh, they're going to give it to someone who, their friend or whatever. Obviously, they're going to learn quickly from this, and at the end of the day, people are going to win, right? And they're going to get their names announced, and we're going to give you the info, and then hopefully by next week they got it all figured out because they got 6 tries to get this right. So, pretty sure it'll happen. Hopefully sooner rather than later. 8:08. Let's go ahead and get into the news now right here on the link. Miss the link. Miss a lot. And you didn't miss the winners. That's coming later, okay? Let's get into it now. Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present today's episode of The Link on KUAM TV. Good morning. It's Wednesday, June 16th with the very latest reporting live from the 61st floor of the Cosmopolitan Hotel in beautiful downtown Las Vegas.
With one of the best food and beverage departments on the Strip.
That's right. She's about to hit the buffet, but first she is going to hit the news. Sabrina Saws-Ventanani, good morning.
Half a day. The number of variant cases identified on Guam continues to climb. According to the latest virus samples that underwent genome sequencing by the CDC, all 17 returned as variants of concern. The latest set of results are from virus samples collected between April and May of 2021. Here's the breakdown. 15 were identified as a UK variant, 1 as a South African variant, and 1 as the Brazil-Japan variant. Additionally, of the 17 variants of concern, 3 were travel-related and identified in the GovGuam quarantine facility, while 14 had no known travel history. This brings the total number of variants on Guam to 51 out of a total of 138 virus samples that have been submitted to the CDC. Meanwhile, Guam recorded 7 new COVID cases out of 550 tests performed on Monday. 3 cases were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 8,251 officially reported cases of COVID on Guam since March. There have been 139 deaths, 49 cases are active, and there have been 8,063 recoveries. A total of 3 people are hospitalized. The CAR score is 0.4. As for vaccinations, a total of 87,749 residents have been fully immunized. The Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Customs and Quarantine, and the Guam International Airport Authority have officially launched the website for the Guam Electronic Declaration Form, or EDF. This is the second and final phase of the EDF implementation, which was officially introduced back in March. The first phase of the program had passengers in specific flights fill out the EDF through designated kiosks in the baggage claim area of the airport. With the mobile launch, all arriving passengers to Guam will be able to fill out the EDF on their personal computers or mobile devices up to 72 hours prior to their arrival on Guam. Now, this negates the need to fill out the paper form while you're on the plane. The EDF can now be accessed online at cqa.guam.gov or guamedf.landing.cards. Designated EDF kiosks within the baggage claim area of the airport will also be accessible. The U.S. Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics released a study today on occupational employment and wages in Guam. According to the report, local workers had an average hourly wage of $17.75 in May of 2019, which is about 31% below the national average of $27.72. Other notable items in the federal report include legal occupations were highest paid at $35.97 an hour, followed by management occupations at $33.97 an hour. Construction and extraction occupations accounted for 7.2% of local employments compared to 4.2% nationally. Office and administrative support occupations accounted for the largest share of local employment at 14.7%. Among individual occupations, retail salespersons were the most common jobs in the area with 1,990 workers. Also from the nation's capital, the Department of Navy's fiscal year 2022 budget was the focus of a hearing before the House Armed Services Committee today. Here is a portion of the exchange between South Carolina Congressman Joe Wilson and Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Michael Gilday.
In a prior hearing, the Indo-Pacific Theater Posture, Admiral Bill Davidson testified to the appreciated American territory of Guam's significance as a deepwater strategic port, fuel and munition logistical depot, and is home to 170,000 patriotic American citizens and service members. He recommended deploying the Aegis Ashore Missile Defense Facility to counter the Chinese missile threat, which would free up 3 Navy destroyers. In your assessment, how could we improve Guam's defense strategy to limit its impact on strike power resources, which are already severely impacted by decommissioning plans?
So there's a lot of work that's behind Admiral Davidson's requirement for missile defense at Guam. I think it's a valid requirement. The only thing I'd add is, based on the last discussion I had, I think that we also want to look at laser technology. And I think it's even easier if it's shore-based rather than ship-based. With the real key is a power generation source. I think you're talking about a much more affordable system. I'm not saying that you would have that in lieu of missile defense, but probably additive in some type of defense in depth construct. That's the only thing I'd add with respect to that requirement.
And Admiral, as you look at that, we need to always remember that the people of Guam have the highest percentage of participation in the American military of any state or territory, and the people are so patriotic and so grateful for the liberation by the Marines. Previously, Admiral, I was fortunate to represent the Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort, which is home.
Here's Adriana Cotero.
Hafidang, good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Cotero with your headlines here on The Link. A Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center Annex is now located on the Department of Corrections Manilao compound. It's been operational for 3 weeks with 14 clients receiving treatment. Here's more on the new development.
It's very exciting. Very, very exciting.
It's been discussed for some time now, and the plan is finally in progress to stand up a Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center on the Department of Corrections prison grounds. Sharing her excitement, GBHWC Director Teresa Ariola.
The Department of Corrections spoke to me, Joe Carbolito, and said, you know, I need to get out of this business. This is not my business. This is your business, which makes sense. Why would Department of Corrections be in the mental health business and try to stand up their own mini Jibwick, if you will?
The governor put out an executive order last year, and after months of consultations and meetings, the GBHWC and DOC officially signed off on a memorandum of understanding. This finalized the creation for a mental health and substance abuse center and programs for clients in the criminal system to attend at the Manilao compound. DOC spokesperson Major Anton Uggan.
It's one of our housing units called Post 7. We activated it towards the end of May. We currently have about 14 clients here.
The MOU determines that DOC is no longer in the mental health business, with the authority transferred over to GBHWC. The annex can safely treat between 30 to 40 clients, and currently there is about 7 staff on hand.
When we started getting clients moved from Guam Behavioral to Muning over to the Manilao facility, we also moved a few from the Agana facility that were of need of mental health treatment, behavioral health treatment, and they are also up at that unit right now.
According to Uggan, they have about 6 months to get everything in order, as there are 2 90-day phases to meet certain deadlines. Then the annex will be fully operational.
We're still working on all our policies and procedures on how this system would work. We're going to have to change some of our policies. And again, the goal is probably to get them either back into the community, or if they don't need to stay in that particular unit, they can move out to the general population or to another housing unit when their condition becomes more stable.
And Uggan shares in the excitement, as he says the Department of Corrections and prison community can benefit greatly from this transition.
I think this is a good thing for the department and for the clients that need that particular help.
Will they stay or will they go? As Sabrina Salas-Matanani reports, a final decision will be made by the end of the week on many homes built at a cemetery in Pidi.
Their final resting place causing grave concern. KUAM News has learned a meeting will be held on Thursday to provide final guidance on what will be done with home-like structures built over graves at the Vicente A. Limtiaco Memorial Cemetery in Nimitz Hill.
I'm not sure if they're really going to have them take it all down.
PD Mayor Jesse Allig says he's concerned about the surrounding community and the hazard the structures could pose from inclement weather, such as a typhoon.
And so that's important for us in the village because it is adjacent to a neighborhood. And so we want to be careful about, and we want to protect personal property and lives. And you're right that we want to be also respectful of what has occurred for those families, really.
Seeking closure on the issue, the mayor wrote to Parks and Recs Director Roque Alcantara.
And in his response, he did say that that in his communication with the chief of staff that they were going to have the structures removed, or they were going to request the owners to remove the structures, and that they would continue to monitor it so that future burials would not have that same problem.
According to the letter from Alcantara to the mayor, he received instructions from the governor's chief of staff to proceed in informing violators to remove the structures that they built over their loved one's grave. Quote, I know it will cause a burden on them, but they must learn to follow policies. As per DPR's burial policy, absolutely no structure is to be built above ground other than a head marker. The removal of the structures will send a clear signal for future burials, end quote. KUAM did ask comment from the DPR director. He says the issue is status quo, but he should have an answer by the end of the week. An ultimate decision with a viewing from different perspectives.
I do want to be sensitive to the fact that those families lost a loved one.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
The Port Authority did not violate Guam law or its own rules and regulations when it hired employees with criminal convictions. In a news release, the port said the Civil Service Commission ruled unanimously today that the PAG's hiring practices for employees who disclosed a criminal conviction on their suitability determination form that were hired in fiscal years 2017 through February 2021 is pursuant to applicable rules, regulation, and law. The CSC post-audit review was requested in January by Legislative Oversight Chairperson Senator Talina Nelson. She questioned the hiring of convicted former corrections officer Frankie Roslin, who was implicated in a prison contraband smuggling scheme. The CSC's review covered hirings from 2010 to present. The port did not disclose the names of any criminal convicts hired, saying the information is confidential. Take Care and the Guam Regional Medical City now have a permanent deal. The health insurance carrier announced that its commercial, private sector, and federal members will now have access to a full range of covered and approved services at GRMC. The two had been unable to reach a service agreement for several years, but in February they signed a contract effective for the duration of the public health emergency. The new deal, which became effective May 21st, replaces that. Separately, Take Care had challenged a Guam law that required bidders for the lucrative GovGuam Health contract to have both local hospitals in their in-service network. Public Health shut down 2 Chinese restaurants deemed imminent health hazards. During a recent inspection, public health inspectors found an active roach infestation at Spring Chinese Kitchen 2 and House of Chin Fei. According to an inspection report, inspectors responded to a complaint at House of Chin Fei regarding bugs in the food and observations of cockroach activity. As for Spring Chinese Kitchen 2, inspectors responded to a complaint of the food smelling like roaches. Notices of closures were issued to both restaurants, and both establishments will have to pay a $100 reinstatement fee after the successful completion of a follow-up inspection. That's it for news now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
Thanks, Adriana. The deadly force procedures are still in draft form, although according to the Office of the Attorney General, the review period is nearly done. Currently, Guam does not have written procedures in place for deadly force-related incidents that involve peace officers, and for that reason, the AG's office released the draft that contains 3 written policies. The policies are for immediate notification of deadly force incidents, the formation of an independent investigative team, and an independent review by the AG's Prosecution Division and Superior Court Grand Jury. AG spokesperson Carlina Charfras knows that there are little to no changes to the draft. She adds that the group, which includes law enforcement agencies, will meet again in the coming weeks to lay out the next steps. Another COVID-19 vaccine could be headed to the market. Biotech company Novavax is expected to ask for permission to distribute its shot soon. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is in its final sprint toward the president's Independence Day vaccination goal, as the country also hit new grim milestones of 600,000 COVID-related deaths. Skylar Henry reports.
Novavax is joining the fight against COVID-19. The Maryland-based biotech company says its 2-dose vaccine is about 90% effective and is safe after being tested in nearly 30,000 trial participants. Last year, we spoke with the company's head of research and development.
This is really a complex process. It has a lot of burden to prove that it's safe and can work.
Novavax plans to seek authorization to give out its vaccine by the end of September, with a focus on distribution in low to middle income countries. It comes as scientists are sounding the alarms on the Delta variant of the virus, first discovered in India. Over the past 3 weeks, China has been racing to stop the spread of the highly contagious variant, and the former FDA commissioner tells CBS News it could become the dominant strain here in the U.S.
This could spike a new epidemic heading into the fall.
Members of Congress lined the Capitol steps to honor the nearly 600,000 Americans who've died from the pandemic. So far, more than 64% of Americans have received at least one dose of the coronavirus vaccine. Administration officials are stepping up their efforts to get even more people to roll up their sleeves, just 3 weeks shy of President Biden's July 4th goal of 70%.
Now's not the time to let our guard down.
Vice President Harris visited a vaccination site in South Carolina, the first stop in a nationwide push.
If you are vaccinated, you are protected.
Meanwhile, the first federal court ruling regarding vaccine mandates came down in Texas. A federal judge dismissed the lawsuit filed by Houston Methodist Hospital employees over its COVID vaccine requirement. The plaintiffs say they'll appeal. Skyler Henry, CBS News, Washington.
On the third Saturday of December this year, Guam will be joining more than 2,000 other locations, laying down wreaths to remember our fallen heroes. Isaiah Uggan reports.
Wreaths Across America is a day that pays tribute to those who have served across the nation, and its mission is to raise awareness of the sacrifices veterans made for our country. Every second or third Saturday in December, all veteran cemeteries nationwide sync in with the Arlington National Cemetery in Virginia to remember those who served by holding a moment of silence and lay down their wreaths to their fallen loved ones. The Guam Veterans Affairs Office was approved to join the national program this year for the first time in late February. VA Director Tim Uggan said in an exclusive interview with KUAM News, this is going to be historical for Guam.
And what it is that each family member or surviving veteran that has a spouse buried there will be able to purchase a wreath for the amount of $15.
If you're a part of a nonprofit veteran organization, you can also purchase a wreath for $15 as well, and $5 will go to support their mission. On December 18th at 12 p.m., wreaths will be laid down at the PD Veterans Cemetery to remember those who have served.
It's a huge, grand event that's going to happen. The entire community is going to get involved, and I'm asking that everybody, private, public, and nonprofit organizations and families get involved and support this event. It's going to be very emotional, very life-touching, and it's long overdue to pay homage to the heroes and the fallen ones that are buried at PD Cemetery.
The goal is to sell at least 5,870 wreaths. To date, 11 people on the island have purchased a wreath thus far. Interested individuals can buy their wreaths online at wreathsacrossamerica.org/GUGUVC. In addition, the agency is also in the process of submitting applications for 2 grants. One is to improve the infrastructure for the U.S. Navy Memorial Cemetery in East Sagania.
And to do a little bit of improvements, for example, there's 1 flagpole, we're going to erect 3. We are also looking at erecting a small pavilion for meditation and reflection, and maybe a couple of benches at the East Sagania.
The second grant is going to be used to expand the current footprint of the PD Cemetery, as well as improving the infrastructure.
It will allow us to get 5 more years of life in that cemetery.
Uggan is unsure of the amount of funds the agency will be receiving from the grant, but applications are expected to be turned in by Thursday, July 1st, and should be getting a rough estimate by next week. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusiai.
In our digital series, Profiles of Pride, we introduce you to Adrian Diaz.
I am Adrian Diaz. I'm from the beautiful village of Santa Rita. I was born in Hawaii. My mom is from Saipan, my dad's from Guam, so I'm kind of like from Cocos Island / Manikaha. I started as a floral designer, maybe like as a profession, but then I don't know, through the years I kind of got interested in like carpentry, electrical, with absolutely no educational background, just you know, kind of backyard messing with things. Being as creative as possible with the little that you have in Guam. I've done work for Tumon Sands, to Matson, to the Train City for, you know, the Friars, to the list just goes on. And, you know, pretty much people will call me for different things, and it's actually kind of exciting when they put like a challenge in front of you, you know, to build like a fountain or build whatever comes to mind, you know. Half the time it's something that I've never done in my life, but you know, I'm always willing to give it a try. I think the one misconception, I think the one first and foremost misconception is that it's a choice, you know? One thing I always have to explain to people is that nobody would choose to live a difficult life when there's an easier path elsewhere. The only difference is our mishap, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, made our lives a little bit more fabulous and more sparkly and fragranty. And is there things that the island needs to change to adapt to us? No, I think that there's a lot of things that we as the LGBT community can do to better the island. I mean, one perfect prime example is our lieutenant governor being gay. You know, it's not so much how the island can change for you, but how we can change for the island, and how we as a community can do better things for our island so that later on in the future it's better for the people. And I think that Joshua is doing an amazing job. Like, I'm so proud to go by like Adelup and just see all the gay flags up in the legislature. I mean, gosh, if you went back even 10 years, you know, like, that's so unheard of. The second sex change in the world came from Guam, so that has to say a lot. Henrietta Butler, yeah. Henrietta Butler was a pioneer in that world. She donated her body to science and had gender reassignment in San Francisco. So our island has been very accepting for a very long time. The only difference today is that it's not shameful. The bars are not underground, you know, and people do go to the shows and support the girls. Oh my gosh, Crimsonia, first of all, like Crimsonia, everyone knows Crimsonia. You know, she was my tranny mother. She's the one who literally like took me down and was like, Nenny, you're getting your hormone shots, you know, blah, 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 and things like that. You know, just giving us, myself, and a bunch of my other sisters, you know, the knowledge that sadly in other countries, they don't help each other, you know? So Crimsonia, Charlene, Auntie Jody, I mean, God, the list goes on and on and on. Honestly, I think it's the fact that our community is very, very involved in the church. I think that is one huge reason why they're accepting of it. You know, you can say what you want about, you know, such and such and such, but when they show up to church and they're, you know, decorating this or doing the carosa or, you know, lighting up whatever, Father comes in and just says, thank you, you know. And I mean, I don't want to say that they turned a blind eye, but, you know, off masangan, right? It's, in my opinion, more so than finding yourself or your sexuality, you need to find the person within you, you know. You have to love that person within you, no matter who is around you and who loves you. You have to love you first and foremost. And secondly, like, if, you know, any word of advice I would give is find yourself a great, like, support system, you know what I mean? It might not be your family, and it might not be, you know, your coworkers, and it might be a complete stranger that just looks at you and sees right through your sexual orientation, but sees you as a person. And surround yourself with people like that. Surround yourself with people who, you know, they don't necessarily have to love you, but they have to not accept you, just see you. You know what I mean? See you for what you are, for all of your flaws. And that's not just for, that's not just for the LGBT community, but there's people out there that are emo, and I mean, gosh, like here in Guam, it's such a small community of people who are into anime or whatever the case may be. It doesn't change the person that you are. Your parents raised you to be a certain type of person, but the things that you enjoy in life doesn't change your outlook, Hafaday, I'm Adrian Diaz, and I'm proud to be from Guam, proud to be transgender, proud to be Chamorro. Biba, Guahan, and Biba Pride. Thanks again to Fakai for having us here, and my two lovely assistants, Zoe and Audrey. And you can catch me on Instagram, Vegas Honey. See you then. You can catch me on Instagram, Vegas Honey. See you then.
And this just in, the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center, IC3, released a 2020 elder fraud report. This breaks down the numbers and including stats for Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. In 2020, the Internet Crime Complaint Center received a total of 791,790 complaints with reported losses exceeding $4.1 billion. Based on the information provided in the complaints, approximately 28% of the total fraud losses were sustained by victims over the age of 60, resulting in approximately $1 billion in losses to seniors. This represents an increase of about $300 million in losses reported in 2020 versus what was reported by victims over 60 in 2019. We'll have more on that on Prime Time. And with your news in Chamorro, here's Kim Concepcion.
Buenas tardes, to get something with the morning ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Dumiskan sa idumifefendi si George Chambers Jr. gi ito na trial. Mataki si Chambers na trampasi pandemic unemployment assistance patpuan na programa ani mandagi gi ito na record na niya submiti ito na claim. Mainday si Chambers no forgery ni 3 grado na felony, dinirogan record publiko ni mina 3 grado na felony, dos kwenta ni tinilaikan informasyon ni mandagi gi record niya no misdemeanor, janong kwenta na tinilaikan informasyon no mandagi gi record niya no misdemeanor. Estefinen na nakausapon madigruzi ipua na programa ni Obanaga tigi Superior Court of Guam. Iyan nagimento ni Nitsumi trial sa Paramatsuseri gi Webes, diadi siya tigi Hunyo. The Port Authority of Guam sa di makontradisi ang reglamento niya siya ane man empleado lanero siya ni mamakumbiktan kriminal. Ilay niya iport na todo gi Civil Service Commission sa man akamfort man na yung reglamento niya iport ni para man hire empleado ni ma-admiti na man makumbikta siya gi aji suitability determination form no man ma-hire di 2017 na sakan esta February gi 2021 na sakan matatizi lai jan todo yung reglamento ni Luputsi. CSC na post-audit na renew sa Amerikas tagi Enero na mes ni Miluli Oversight Report si Senadora Telina Nelson. A kwestiyon na si Nelson guhin na tempo hafa na ma-hire Edzigan Corrections na Official Franklin Rosalind no ma-atake na manlilifit kontrabando halong peso. CSC sa ma-review itay mano man hire report disti tatigi 2017 na sakan estapago. Tiasangan ni Port hadya man ma-hire siya ni man makumbitang kriminal, masangan na confidential adyo na informasyon. Dos na sagan sa motong sino sa man mahutom ni public health sa pari piniligron sa loot. Girin ni kanorsa ni public health ginigi alatsa, masoda aktibong kukuratsa gi Spring Chinese Kitchen 2 sa ni House of Chen Fei. Segunda report inspection, marisibi no public health complaint. Paggaga di kikigineng no zan madi kukuratsa siya no lalala gi House of Chen Fei. Gi Spring Chinese Kitchen 2, man mati inspector siya na igba complain na po kukuratsa ineng kano. Man manai do sa sagan sa moto notisya no fan mahutom. Tori do sa debit yung maapasi 100 pesos kada uno para fan mababa de nuevo. Tazang gimunazan man marikonosi talo za mauli ka todo. I-take care na kompanya dyan ni Guam Regional Medical City sa guahapago permanente na kontatan niya. I-take care ma-anunsyo na izon niya commercial, private sectors and member ni Federal. Sa sinapaguman manay mas kabalis na kinurban insurance dyan na prevent servisyo gi GRMC. Esti doon na kompanya sa tisino makomprendi pero ang comfort mapod servisyo dyan kinurban insurance. Present ang na tempo esta. Logi Febrero na mes ma-fit man no dos kontrata no efektibo gidironte ni public health emergency. Maago zo pare nuevo na kontrata niya tutuhong gwi disti dia 21 gimazo. I-take care na insurance sa embesti aji ilay gwini gizagwahan Naadzi man bibit para insurance salud publiko para gobernamentong Guam sa David Human Asano Todi dos Hospital, gizon niya Service Network. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto Yufinut Samoro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizugi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
And todos Santos lo Piganogi America, viva! Happy day, todos Santos.
Man.
And to our visitors who are coming to our beautiful Lattice-stone.
We're getting dragged in the comments, man.
And a big happy day to you.
Go ahead, Jake.
I really like that song. Also, really nice shout out to old school AT&T ad.
Reach out and touch someone.
Yeah.
Not really COVID appropriate.
Yeah. Reach out from 6 feet away.
Right. 8:42. Good morning. Welcome to The Link. Yes, guys, in case you missed it, you didn't really miss it. They haven't announced the winners of the $10,000 and the free car giveaway with the Vaccine Win promo. They said they pulled some names. We don't know who it is. It's a big secret until 3 p.m. when they're going to unveil who won, who was verified, and their vaccination stories. It's 8:42, Wednesday, June 16th. Good morning. Let's head to the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Oh,
Yeah.
I think we lost Mr. B.
Yeah, we're expecting Sel Babalto, of course, the head guy over there at the Guam Regional Transit
The head
Authority.
guy, yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to talking to him.
Well, let's just get the Tritons on then.
Oh, okay.
Call an audible. Tritons!
All right, UOG, you are up.
Right on.
And we'll bring him up shortly. There we are. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Right on. So, University of Guam, they're
Hey,
kind of
that's not so.
they're shaking the tree a little. We lost Sel Bree, so we'll try and get him
Okay.
back on. Let me message him now. But Jay, yes, okay.
Yeah, so hopefully, if at some point we talk to Mr. Bavata from the Guam Regional Transit Authority, you can find this story on KUM.com. Interesting because they are going to emulate to some degree the on-demand ride sharing and route planning features of Uber. So they're going to look into that. But as for the current moment, we are heading over to Mingilao, at least virtually, where our friends from the UOG shrines are.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do here is shake the tree a little bit and entice people to go and register and enroll at the University of Guam. And I know, Joanne?
Yes, half a day. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Where's the rest of the gang?
We are having some technical difficulties, so you're getting to get me for a little bit, and we're going to try to shoot it on over to the dean and Lorenzo Ejivala.
Right on, no problem. So we have here Miss Joanne Sudo, who's the recruitment coordinator for the University of Guam. Good morning, Joanne.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So let's just get right into it. Enrollment, is it where you guys want it to be, or are you looking to kind of drum up more interest in people enrolling and attending the University of Guam?
We're definitely always on recruitment. Recruitment never stops here at the university. And the fact that COVID kind of hit us and a lot of students were trying to make the best of the situation with online learning, we are trying to open up our campus so that we can appease to all the different types of learners and get them back on campus and create some normalcy again.
Right on. You know, one thing that I thought was pretty cool is we did our we had some graduation story that we had, and I think it was Southern High, and a lot of kids were saying that they were going to go to the University of Guam.
That makes us happy. Our dean's on screen now, and this is our retention coordinator. You can see him.
Good morning, half a day. I was actually, I finished assisting a student. I have another student waiting on Zoom. But I just wanted to say half a day, everyone. If you have any questions regarding academic advisement or career paths, definitely feel free to contact me. My name is Lorenzo Ejivala. I'm here to help all the, incoming students or anyone who wants to level up. All right, thank you.
Level up.
Right on. And then we also have joining us in the Zoom room, Lawrence Camacho, who is the Dean of Enrollment Management and Student Success.
Dr. Lawrence
Oh, I'm
Camacho.
sorry. Doctor. Oh, we have a doctor in the house.
Lawrence.
What can you tell us about the variants?
You can call me Lawrence. Buenas and half a day. Really, thank you for the opportunity to promote our wonderful university. The only four-year university on this side of the Pacific and the international date line. And we're very, very happy to be open back up here on Guam as a university where students have the opportunity to come and enjoy the learning as they partake in this thing called higher education. As the Dean of Enrollment Management and Student Success, I am really charged with 15 departments all across the board to ensure that anything that happens, or mostly what happens outside of the student's life from the classroom space, we are providing the services that we need. And really to be here this morning and to talk about the energy that's going on and is happening when it comes to folks being excited to come to the university. It's just a wonderful time. So we really appreciate the few minutes that we have here this morning to describe that and to enable everyone to understand how we're doing. So real quickly though, just want to kind of give an overview. So, last year, a year and a half ago, pandemic hit. And so we had to quickly and immediately, almost in an immediate fashion, transition and pivot to the virtual platform for learning. And then on top of that, we pivoted all of our services virtually as well. And so here we are, year and a half now. We're excited that starting this summer, we are offering in-person classes. Some are totally in-person, some are hybrid, where it's in-person halfway and then virtually the other half. And then there are also HighFlex, where a professor could virtually be teaching in class with some, and maybe half of his or her class is also learning from the virtual side.
Right.
So we have those coming down.
Doc, what are you hearing from students who are enrolling? I know that there was some trepidation because of that whole tuition increase that was kind of shelved, right? So what are you hearing now from kids who are coming in to enroll? Are they ready to get back to school again?
Yes, and in fact, so we've gone through 3 good semesters of virtual platform learning, right? And 1 summer session. Students have been waiting for this moment where they want to kind of come back into the classroom. A lot of them will claim, and they would give me a phone call telling me that, hey, I signed up to go to University of Guam because I wanted to be in the classroom, and here we are with virtual. And I try to kind of make them understand that because of the pandemic, we are restricted to the virtual platform. And so they appreciate everything that we're doing to continue the learning. The good thing about it is that we never stopped, right? We didn't stop because of the pandemic. Maybe there are universities across the United States who did that, but we didn't falter through to stop the learning of our students and to stop the teaching. We continue that on. So I'm very excited about that. And a lot of the students know that we have their back. Now it is time for us to transition, and we'll never be the way we were pre-pandemic, but we are now starting to strategically understand the environment and more, and ensure that we provide the best for our students in both the learning and outside engaging activities. So to answer your question, yes, students are excited to get back. There are some students who are still hesitant because of the pandemic, but I mean, that's why we offer online as well, still with the opportunity for them to continue the learning. But this is the time, this is the moment. Guam is recovering from this, and we want our students from the high school and from all over the community to come to the university and take part in the learning so that they can go back and be those leaders, problem solvers, and designers of the future of Guam and the region. So is the reason why we're very excited. I'm excited to be at the university doing all this for our students.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
Hey, good morning, guys. As a proud member of the UOG class of 1996, 2 things become apparent to me. 1, I'm really, really old. And then 2, for future Tritons, and I've had the good fortune of interviewing many over the last year, and I kind of wanted to throw this out to you guys. So for the students that were freshmen last year, right? I talked to several during Charter Day, and some of the kids who were MCs, they were one of them was a freshman, and I said, don't worry, this isn't what your entire collegiate experience is like. UOG is as much about developing social intellect as it is developing academic intellect, and learning from books. It's about interacting. It's about discovering your environment, knowing the history and the culture of this place, and then also contributing back to it. So can you guys maybe shed some light on, for either incoming freshmen or for kids that are about to become sophomores and everything like that, what they can expect from hopefully their first year of a semi-normal campus experience being in college?
And let me, before Joanne and Lorenzo answer that, I just want to say that, and I really have talked to quite a few of those that we recruited last year who came in as freshmen, right, straight out of the high school. They were excited to come to the university, but yet they found themselves learning from the computer at home, right, because we were still in that mode. And we really feel now they're transitioning to be sophomores. We're doing everything we can to provide that experience, because they're the ones that are more vulnerable than others, I think, in the way of just getting that collegiate experience back in play for them. And so with our first year experience, we're excited to come in and offer in person and some hybrid, and then even high flex for across the university's course offerings, if you will. For those that were with us for a year now, never really were in the in-person side of it. We're going to be promoting all kinds of activities when we can, still with the COVID protocols, following all that, but so that they have that experience. And so we understand the vulnerability of that for that population. The ones coming in, we're excited. We're going to offer them what we can.
Yeah, part of being at UOG, I mean, is just enjoying the campus life and walking from class to class. I mean, it's a little bit of a hike, but you get a good amount of exercise. You get to interact probably with people that you would have never interacted with before. It's hanging out in the student center. It's going to the library, experiencing the computer center, all these wonderful resources that really help you grow into a well-rounded academic individual. So the fact that kids who basically had their freshman year studied from home, the fact that they're now going to get to that, I mean, all praise due to you guys and everything like that, because it's going to be a wonderful opportunity for them.
Wow. I just wanted to ask about the policy for vaccination and testing. Is there a policy in place for students?
Yeah, and I'll again, before Joanna and Lorenzo chime in on that, let me just say that the directive that we have right now is so that if you are going to be a student enrolled in an in-person class, we're asking the students to get on this particular link that we're pushing out and upload proof of vaccination, or if they're not vaccinated, to show proof that they've been tested negative, and that's on a weekly basis. So we're trying to encourage vaccination, just like the rest of the island is. Everyone is trying to promote that, right? So right now we have more than 80% of our population, as we polled, who have been vaccinated, and the remainder is the one we're trying to encourage to be vaccinated, so that we continue to have a safe environment. But vaccination does not mean that we're just now going to stop with the protocols and all that. We're going to continue with the COVID-19 protocols and all, with or without vaccination. But to allow the in-person activity with the social distancing within our classroom space, we just want to reassure the other students that we have a safe and that the faculty is also vaccinated. Over.
Is that mandatory, or what if you get just those students who are like, no, don't believe in COVID?
Yeah, so those students who don't believe in the vaccination and still don't want to do the testing, there are online courses that we're offering, and so that's where they're going to have to, avail to. Otherwise, again, again, there's a very small percentage of that, and we're recruiting, and we to this date have over 600 folks who have applied to the university who are new, or transferring in, who are re-entering into the university, and so we're excited about that number. We want that number to continue to increase, even if it's up to 800. I mean, we have 1,200 folks who graduated from the high schools, at least just in the public high school side, and we want to encourage them to join. Not knowing whether they're vaccinated or not, we're still going to push through to ensure that they understand that they're coming into a safe environment for an in-person.
Joanna, I do have a question for you, and again, I'm going to put right now on my alumni hat, right? Because I got a degree from UOG, very proudly so, in marketing, right? And I always appreciated how when I started going there in the early 90s, the recruitment effort and to sell UOG to prospective students, because kids were like, I can work in the private sector, I can become a cop, I can become a firefighter, I can enlist in the military, or I can go to college, right? And so UOG's thing was always like, you should go here because we're going to give you a quality education, and also we feature a world-class marine biology program. People come all the way from the Czech Republic to train here, and we have a nationally renowned ROTC program. More kids at UOG who are still cadets have the Ranger tab even before they enlist. So like that's how it used to be. I'm pretty sure that tradition continues, but how are you guys actually pitching this to students who kind of may be on the fence, and they're kind of like vacillating on exactly what they want to do?
I'll let Joanna and Lorenzo do that, but hey, thanks for pitching in and putting a shout out to the ROTC program. I'm a product of the ROTC. 21 years of active duty service as a successful career, in my opinion. But really, I credit all that to the ROTC experience that I had at the university.
And until you have rappelled down the side of the science building at UOG, you have not truly lived.
Thanks for that.
And that's what they used to train on and everything. Those are good days.
Before I answer the rappelling question, I'll give it back to Joanna and Lorenzo.
Okay, Joanne. So what is kind of like the pitch right now, and what really closes the deal about really letting prospective students know what they're going to get when they go to UOG?
We have done everything that we possibly can to ensure that we are meeting the demographics. I mean, we created this welcome center right after the pandemic. It kind of had a pause for a moment, but now we're back in action. We're doing a live Zoom 8 to 5. Students that don't want to be on campus, they can log into any our Zoom and just ask any questions or get assistance or advisement on anything that they need dealing with the university. We also have our Instagram social media campaign that we're pushing out. We have a WhatsApp text, so trying to meet the students where they normally are in their the way they communicate. So when we're pushing these things out, it really helps that I came from the department, GDOE, and just talking to students and trying to help them understand that college is really for everyone. You don't have to be the top 10% of your class. Our first gen students, they just kind of need that extra support. So that's where Lorenzo and I come in to kind of lower down their anxiety levels about coming to college, walking them through the process. We are training some of our ambassadors over here to have that peer support, just so that we have that educational support system throughout the entire process. And then Lorenzo comes in again with the retention piece of it. So even though they're done with their first year, we get students that are doubtful what they want to do. They're always worried about not knowing what their future is going to hold for them. And, we really pride ourselves on the university's mission of Ina Discoop Recepi, which is to enlighten, to discover, and to serve. And that's what we do here. We want to enlighten our students about everything and anything that they can possibly be, what they can pursue, what they're challenged with, scholarships, all these national recognitions, everything. They're here to discover what they can do for our community,
and for themselves.
And for themselves. We work along with every community, GCC, GDOE, other institutions that kind of just help grow our community. And then, of course, obviously to serve as best we can, meeting our students, meeting our prospective parents and family members, however we can, just so that they understand we're really here to help. And we want education to grow because it's always going to be continuous.
Yeah, people think getting into a university or participating in college, they just kind of like assume, and probably naively so, that there's so much friction and it's so hard and it's so expensive and there's so much paperwork. But you guys actually really try and work with the students as much as you can to make sure that that process is easy, because you want them to be there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's why we throw it over to our students too, so that they can have that one-on-one conversation. Everyone's been in this situation. You know how it was to be a student at the university in your freshman year, trying to figure out where to go, where am I going to turn in this form? So we understand it. We're just trying to make the process smoother.
Now, one thing I want to add, I think, Jason, kind of like what you said, because I'm also, an old timer. When I started applying for universities or whatnot, that was all us. We did it on our own, no guidance or whatnot. But, in developing this Triton Welcoming Center, actually even prior to this, we started pioneering this, call it like a one-stop shop, where once they contact us, help them fill out the application. And aside from that, a lot of individuals, they struggle with payments or whatnot. So there are opportunities from scholarships and financial aid. So we assist them also in filling out the FAFSA. We have that, that care, that local hospitality, and we'd like to extend that also with our students. Mm-hmm. And I think with that, it's been proven, helpful and beneficial.
Hey, you guys, anybody watching this right now, if you guys were able to negotiate the PUA application process, like for the past year and everything like that, you guys can do the FAFSA.
Yes. Yeah. And one of the things to Chris, Jason, Sabrina, and team there, and for the audience listening in, almost half of our population at the university, student population that is, are first generation students. Right. So the conversation at the dinner table is not like when, they're not first generation and uncles and aunts at the fiestas or even at the dinner table, mom and dad could be coaching the student through this process of trying to get through the FAFSA, trying to get through the university's application process, or any higher education institution for that matter. Right. What I'm feeling is that, hey, for at least the 50% that are going to be first generation students, we want the conversation at the dinner table for that particular high school student to say, Mom and Dad, I am ready for college, or guardian, I am ready for college because I've been getting this support from the university and I feel like my peers and I are ready to go and transition from high school to the university, and not have that anxiety and that fear or curiosity still of what this means to them, right? Because this is like the first time that they're going to be coming to an institution where they're not going to wait for the bells to ring to move from one class to the next. It's going to be them independently trying to sign up for the various courses. So we have to be there to guide and support them. And that's where Lorenzo and Joanne and the rest of our team, outside of the Welcome Center, we have this thing called the Triton Advising Center that we've also established a year ago. And with that is to support the current students. And so we're asking our current students right now to please reconsider if they're still on the fence of whether or not, hey, I don't know if it's going to be virtual or it's going to be in person. Please understand it's going to be in person is what we're shooting for in the Fenechon semester, the fall season. And we're starting that in the summer. Please register for the courses and, seek out our advisors in the Triton Advising Center or the declared advisors down in your colleges and schools to register and be prepared to come to the university. So we're really looking at it from two wavelengths, the new student and the excitement and the energy that we get for the prospective students coming to the university. And then we're trying to reinvigorate the excitement for those current students that need to kind of return back, get online and register, call an advisor, get some help, and let's get going so that we can have a wonderful Fenechon semester. Over.
Right on. Thank you guys for coming by. As we get closer, if you want to come on again and shake the tree, let us know.
Yes, we're always. Joanna Lorenzo would always be there to set on, and I would always good thing for a university.
I feel like you were nervous, Dr. Lawrence. I feel like you were nervous this morning.
You thought I was nervous this morning, or they thought that was nervous?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like you were nervous. Your hair looks great, by the way. Don't worry.
We're here. Yeah, your hair is amazing, sir. Don't worry. We bring the energy.
Yeah,
right on.
He's our support.
I'm never nervous.
He brings support.
When I'm selling the university and promoting our brand over the university and the great things that we're doing, I'm never nervous. I'm always out there in front to lead the way and making sure that we provide the best. So
okay, and if I can have one final shout out to my beloved alma mater. When I went there in the early 90s, things have changed so much right now in the cafeteria and the student center. But when I went there, best fried rice and onion rings on the island. I swear, that was the best place to get
Jason,
onion rings.
What year were you there? What years
92
were you?
to 96.
Okay, I was there 95 to 97, so I
got one for you guys. I got one for you guys. Way before that, I never attended UOG, but when I was going over to GW, I would hang out at KUOG.
Oh, yeah.
With DJ Jojo Peter.
Yep.
Way back in the day. So, yeah.
That was, I love.
Winner!
Yeah, KUOG. I hope you guys bring that back to it like its glory, because when I was at UOG, I mean, where else in the world, right? Not just on Guam, but where else in the world can you actually find a student-run radio station where you can have Bob Marley, followed up by Depeche Mode, followed up by Slayer, and everybody,
and JD Crutch.
And JD Crutch, and everybody dug it because it was everybody's music, and everybody just got along. Yeah. And by the way, we all studied and we all got an education.
Sooner or later, we're going to build our new Triton Success Center, right? It's been in the waiting for a while now, but I think we're putting that back in motion, and we're getting some momentum on that. But part of the design, really, honestly, was to have a radio station there for where the students are going to be engaged in. So I'll do my best to make that continue to make that part of the design as we design this new structure.
Sounds like a perfect fit for Professor Chris to slide right in there. See you guys.
But, again, thank you so much for this, and we will be back anytime you invite us back.
Right on.
Go ahead, Lorenzo.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Joanne.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Doc.
Best of luck.
Have a great day.
Go Triton.
All right.
Viva.
Viva
right
UOG. All right. Good stuff and good
job,
stuff and
Jay.
good people going on.
Way to go, man. Yeah. Way to pump your alma. 907, Senator Frank Blas Jr. says, if you look at the plan for the American Rescue Plan money, too much of it is going to the government, not enough going to the people. And so we'll talk with Senator Frank Blas Jr. of the Republican minority of your Guam legislature next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
If I was to tell you just how much I need you, would you come tonight? Or would you not believe me? Cause I'm not that easy, never turns out right. I'm trying to change your rules, you deserve something good in your life. We waited for far too long, so come get your blessings tonight, baby. Won't you come over, love? So I can show
Well, today, everybody, welcome back to The Link. It is 4:09 here in Vegas, but I believe it's 9:09 over there in Guam. Thanks, everybody, for logging on to Facebook, watching us on KUAM TV, or, of course, listening to us on I-94. In the Zoom room with me is Senator Frank Blas Jr. Good morning, Senator.
Good afternoon, Bree.
Well, you know me. We're
Hello.
talking ARP. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. So you wrote this letter, and I'm going to let you kind of go through it. And, you know, we did a whole story. We did a whole interview yesterday with the CNMI Governor spokesperson Kevin Bautista about how they're not waiting for any interim final guidelines. They're going to go for broke and start spending and giving and releasing of the ARP money. We haven't seen that here. We haven't seen a spending plan, but the legislature, they did. All 15 senators signed off on it, but you have, looks like a follow-up letter.
Yes. Well, I have two letters, actually, one to the speaker and to my colleagues, and the other to the governor. And my letter to the speaker was in lieu of the public hearings that we held. They, you know, first off, the governor had asked the legislature to work in unison on a spend plan for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And so as a result of that, you know, there was a letter that was sent from the legislature to the governor detailing to some degree where the legislature felt the money should be going to. You know, I felt that, okay, this is a good starting point for the discussion. I wasn't in line with everything or how the money was allocated, you know, the way it was spelled out in the letter. But that said, though, is that as a result of that, you know, we had a meeting with the governor, and of course, you know, we presented her the letter and in hopes that we were going to get a plan from her, you know, and to this day, we don't have a plan. You know, that's it. That's another conversation. However, immediately after that, there was a resolution that was introduced that basically details the information that was in that letter. And with that resolution, there was a public hearing. And in that public hearing, what was very interesting and what I found very, that I appreciated most was, while there were agencies that were there that spoke of, yes, we need this money, there were also people that were saying, hey, what about us in the community? You know, there's still thousands of people that are displaced. Yeah. There are still people in food distribution lines. You know, some of them are getting upskilled, but there's no jobs in some of these areas. You know, in the area of tourism, which is our major economic driver, we don't foresee us getting back to pre-pandemic levels of tourism, you know, until about 2 or 3 years from now. You know, I mean, I remember before the discussions were right around budget time, you know, that we anticipate that we're going to get 100,000 more tourists or 200,000 more tourists for the next fiscal year. Now the conversation is we hope to get 100,000 tourists. Okay. Yeah. That said, though, is that a bulk of those individuals who are in the tourist industry, as much as they want to go back, there is no job to go back to because there's just no tourists. There's no activity. That said, I went and I said, look, guys, can we take a look at how we said we wanted the monies allocated, and in lieu of course, we've got the end of the pandemic. I mean the poor money, the expiration of that coming September 4th to September 6th. What happens afterwards? What is going to happen after that when you've got close to 29,000 people who still don't have jobs, but now no longer have an income in the form of poor. What happens then? I mean, what kind of job are we creating? Jobs? Are there new jobs? Is the new industry? What are we doing with the industries that we got? I think those are a lot of questions that we need to have now before we even decide to spend the money the way we wanted to spend the money. And granted, yes, I recognize that there are some areas that were detailed in the resolution, detailed in the letter that I agree with. Yes, we need to fund the Guam Memorial Hospital for its expenses and improving. And as far as health, we need to fund public health. We need to fund GCC and UOG so that we can provide the training and the education for these people for possibly new skills or to upskill in different areas. We need to support as far as the Department of Labor in the kind of programs that with GITA with the small business assistance that they can provide. We need to be able to pay out the RISE Act as mandated by law. We need to be able to, address the program. So there are a lot of things we need to address, but then there are things that are in the resolution, for agencies that are more systemic issues that we want to be able to use this money to pay for, or things that we want in the government. Right now, it's not a time to deal with what we want. I think we have to deal with what we need, and that's what I'm asking. I was asking both the speaker and my colleagues and the governor to consider when these discussions about how that $664 million is going to be spent, because we don't. Thank God we had already 1.6 or 1.4 billion dollars infused in the economy. Bree, could you imagine what would have happened if we didn't have that money that was infused in the economy? What we would look like today?
Yeah.
So those are the things that I want to be able to have a discussion on. Start. Do we know the answer? Do I know the answer? Do I know where we need to place these things? No, I don't. I think this is where we can have a collaborative discussion amongst the leaders and in the community. And we have time. Albeit the time is short. But you know what? September 6th is just right around the corner. Can we wait at least a little bit longer before we decide we're going to spend this money on this area, so that we can see if we're going to need that money to be able to mitigate issues in other areas? So that's what.
Well, apparently we do have time. The governor isn't. We don't have the plan, and also she's indicated that she was going to wait until July 16th, I believe, until the public comments.
Yeah. Bria
time is closed.
There was a comment that Crystal Paco San Agustin made yesterday. We're talking about the RISE Act, and she commented on our Facebook Live feed. While Guam has received the ARP funds, how those funds can be spent has not been finalized at this time. There's only interim guidance. What we observed with CARES Act funds last year is that the guidance kept changing. It would be prudent to await final guidance, which I understand we expect next month. Senator, I wanted to ask, what do you make of that comment representing the governor's office when we hear from the CNMI that they've already spent money and they've put it in places where it's clearly allowed under the American Rescue Plan Act parameters?
I think what it is a matter of urgency. I applaud the CNMI in being able to start to put the money out. In the fashion, of course, dealing with their issues, in dealing with all, okay, so we're going to wait until to July 15th for the final guidance. But in that final guidance, I'd like to also have the discussions, because I'm a little concerned that right now that, there's a lot of discussion about using that money to be able to fortify or or to fix, some government problems. Well, you know what? There's a huge problem in the community right now, and we should have more of those discussions so that we can start to prepare. Right now, I don't want to say we're doing fine, but the fact of the matter is, there are people that are spending, and obviously there could be a discussion as to how they're spending it. But that said, is when we get to September, and then we have families who really are still looking for jobs, but they can't find jobs, have upskilled but can't use the skills because there aren't jobs. Granted that there is a discussion, and people, business have said, look, I've opened my doors, but nobody's coming in to be able to do work. Yeah, and then that's happening, and we recognize that. But that's not for the entire 29,000 plus people that are out there, and maybe even more, that have been relying on this federal funding. Am I to say that they have to continue to rely on this federal funding? No, but let's rely on the federal funding that we have now on our side to be able to build, to rebuild industries, help business. I don't, Chris, we can have this discussion, between you, me, Bree, and Jason, until the end of your show. Will we come up with the answer? Probably not. But you know what? This is just December.
Probably
June
will,
16.
actually.
Okay, and we probably will. But you know what the thing is? What are we doing on the 17th of June, the 18th of June, the 19th of June, up until September 6th when this finally hits us? This is a cliff. This, we don't know what's in the other side of this horizon, or that looks like a horizon, but more so of a cliff. How deep is that? And how are we going to get past that? That's the concern that I've got, and that's why I said let's hold off. And really, do we need to buy those bells and whistles for the government of Guam? Can that? It's obviously waited these number of years to be able to fix. Is there some, right now more Band-Aid than it is concrete to be able to take care of this? Because the fact of the matter is, we're not in the same place that we were, or we will not be in the same place that we were pre-pandemic until a few years from now. Yeah. So let's not think that.
It's just a stark difference when you look at what happened in the CNMI. The governor there, he brought everybody into the room, all three branches of government, mayors, business community, to come up with the plan to figure out how we're going to spend this. When they get $400-something million, and I don't see why it's so difficult to kind of do the same thing. But
the will to work together is just quite simply and honestly, Bree, from what it looks like, it's just not there with Adelup. So, Senator, we got to run because public health's on the other side. But I wanted to ask.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
GPD next oversight hearing is one planned. What's going on?
Well, right now there are active investigations that are ongoing, and those investigations address some of the concerns that were brought up in the oversight. Let justice take its course. I'm on it weekly to just make sure where we are we still on this course here. But let justice take its course, and I think at the end of the day we'll be able to resolve a number of those issues.
Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right on.
Okay, guys. Bree, enjoy your vacay.
You let me know when we're gonna have that meeting, and we'll figure out all the problems.
Okay.
Esther.
Hi, Janela.
Right.
Hi, Senator.
Bye.
All right. There you go, Senator Frank Blas Jr., the real Public Safety Committee chairman. Because as you guys may recall, the actual Public Safety Chair, Senator Peter Zerlahi, is so conflicted by issues involving his family members that he just simply can't do the job of Public Safety Chair, which, again, is just so egregious because not only do the men and women in blue deserve someone who can give their full attention to all of the issues that are going on with the Guam Police Department, but the people of Guam as well deserve someone who can tackle these problems and hopefully try and solve them with a full-time job, right? So anyway, 9:22, it is what it is. Let's head over to, let's stay in the KUAM News Zoom room, where, again, Sabrina is live from the Cosmopolitan Hotel in beautiful downtown Las Vegas. Jel and Chima, not Las Vegas. Where are you guys at?
We're in the office.
There you go. Right here on Guam.
In beautiful downtown Agana.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was going to say that's a really nice living room you have there, Sabrina.
I know, right? She must have got her stimulus.
So Sabrina, I didn't see.
You see that picture of that lady?
Yeah, we've been looking at it all morning.
I should probably change the shot. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it was kind of funny when you're doing the news and there's like a booty over your right shoulder.
Why did you tell me?
Because it's boosting ratings. Fine. All right.
Where is that? Your house or office? Or is it?
No, it's a hotel room.
She's in Las Vegas, Chima.
61st
Yeah. She's celebrating Pride Month.
Wow.
Okay. Our quarantine looks better than the hotel.
Let's get right into it. Enough joking around. This is serious business right here. Public health. We have the Chief Public Health Officer, Chima Mbakwe, and of course the spokesperson for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Janella Carrera. Janella, we'll go ahead and start with you because we know there's a lot of outreach going on here with public health, right?
That's right. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. We do have a lot of outreach almost daily that, we're so busy. We just added Micronesia Mall to our roles, our list. So we've got Micronesia Mall every Thursday and Friday now. So that starts this week. So actually starting tomorrow, Micronesia Mall, Center Court, and then I believe that's in the morning, and then moving to the afternoon, we go up to the second floor. But today we're at the Farmers Co-op, and then we also are at Estumbo Senior Center tomorrow as well. So we've got several options for people to get vaccinated, and we've also got testing also happening as well. So there's really no excuse for anyone to get vaccinated or tested. I was listening to Crystal Paco San Agustin this morning when they were, they didn't announce who the winners were, but they were talking about the vaccine win for the $10,000 prize and the car incentive. And she said, if you haven't gotten vaccinated yet, what are you waiting for? So I want to echo her sentiments on that. So the full list, you can find it on DPHSS, our website, dphss.guam.gov/vaccinategu for where you can get vaccinated. But the central location obviously is UOG Fieldhouse. That's Tuesday through Saturday. Otherwise, we're pretty much all over the place. We've got our Northern Region Community Health Center, our Southern Region Community Health Center, Micronesia Mall, Estumbo Senior Center. We've got the Farmers Co-op Market, Micronesia Mall, as I mentioned. And then I know that AMC, GRNC, and GHRA also have vaccination clinics ongoing during the week also. So, they've also been great partners in doing community outreach as well. So, there's really no excuse, once again, if you haven't been vaccinated. Now, we also have a great incentive for people to get vaccinated as well. So those are our community outreach efforts happening. And then the other thing too is you may very well know, we made an announcement that we were awarded a $6.6 million CDC grant. So with that grant, we'll be increasing, beefing up our efforts to do community testing and contact tracing. So, and that's really to target our underserved and hard to reach communities. So we'll be able to do more outreach in the next 2 years for COVID-19.
Awesome, good news. Just for clarification, are any of the clinics you were mentioning, are they combination COVID testing and vaccination clinics?
Yes.
Or are they all?
Today is actually drive-through testing and vaccination at the Farmers Co-op. That's from 9 to 1 p.m.
Okay. Can we talk about the variants?
Bree, you got to say it right. The variants. Variants of concern.
Alpha, beta, and delta.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll turn over to Chima for that.
Right on.
I'll turn that over.
Chima, what can you tell us about the variants of concern?
They're here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it goes to show that what we've been doing over time is reflective of the results we are getting today, and the variance being here and then seeing our numbers so low means that public health is actually on top of it. And for all the good news is that for everyone who was identified as having this variant has actually completed quarantine, all of them. And that being said, the interventions that we have in place actually work for us. The main variant of concern, which is the P1, the Japan-Brazil variant, did not escape or did not get into the community because this was a travel-related case that was identified in the government quarantine facility. The individual was not vaccinated, and then the individual was transferred from the government quarantine facility to the government isolation facility, which is the Bayview. And another interesting thing is that this individual is unvaccinated, and with our new guidance on fully vaccinated individuals coming into Guam and going home straight. With this individual not being fully vaccinated, we were able to also use the existing public health guidance to transfer them to the government quarantine facility and then test them in the 6 days that they were supposed to be there, and then they turned positive. So I think with the variants, knowing that they're here and knowing that we have the capacity, to contain it using our strategies is good news. Right. I don't know how to say it, but I think it's good to know that we can handle it. And then for the community cases too, we were able to identify the individuals on time. We were able to quarantine them, and we did not see much spread of this variant, considering the number of results we've sent for genome sequencing. So I think we're doing good.
Chima, I don't know. I mean, forgive me if this sounds weird, but we get these news of these variants, and then when we look at, the positives that we have and the spread, it's almost like when I look at it, does it even matter that we had the variants? Because like you said, it just kind of seems like, well, we handle it.
So what it is here is, so you're looking at the public health interventions, which is the quarantine and isolation, right? So, and the testing that is going on at the same time, and then immunization. So there's a good balance with what interventions we have in place now. So we're able to quarantine the individuals that are exposed to these positive cases, completely isolate them from the community, test them before the complete quarantine, and at the same time, we're encouraging people to go get vaccinated. So while we're working towards protecting the community, at the same time, we're doing active case finding for new infections. Then we also have those processes in place. When they are identified, they are adequately mitigated. So it goes to show how well we're doing at this point in relation to some other places around us. But the implication is, how much longer are we going to be like this? So that is now the question, are people going to continue doing what we're doing? Yeah. What are the next steps, to continue, being at this level? How do we open up our island? How do we open up our schools? How do we, how do people interact? So this is now what we're going to look at, how do we maintain this good record?
Right.
So that's where we're going to. And one of those things is everyone getting vaccinated.
So Chima, let me just ask you this, like mathematically speaking, right? If we have how many people vaccinated?
Over 87,000.
Over 87,000 people. So just mathematically speaking, are we, is the chance of there being another big surge, is it mathematically less likely than it was a year ago? Because it kind of seems like, right, if the fully vaccinated people are, immune or whatever to the virus, and we're still vaccinating people. Are there enough unvaccinated people left for there to be a big surge where we see, 50 positives, 60 positives?
50 positives in one day?
Yeah, I'm just saying, is there any chance we can go back to that surge given that we've got so many people who are vaccinated and we're quickly approaching the herd immunity?
The situation is pretty unpredictable, but with what we have in place, we can say the chances of us getting back to where we are is not possible at this point, considering the way we are moving. But like I said, it is how do we keep the pace, how do we remain consistent in what we're doing to keep us here? So it's gotten to that level where we've gotten to a level where we need to sustain. So what are those structures that we have in place for us to sustain what we've achieved? What policies, what behavior change practices do we have in place for us to maintain the level that we are now? So that is it. But going back to where we are is if we don't continue the way we're going forward. And looking at the community at the moment, there are chances that we will not get back to where we are before because people are more positive and more receptive and have accepted these changes. There are a few onesies and twosies, people who are still challenging public health, for personal reasons, but we have a huge number of people who are really adhering, and that is the result you see today.
I wanted to add too, I think, going back to your question, Chris, when you mentioned, does it even matter? I think it really does matter because it highlights our work. And going back to Chima's comment, is that, without the public health interventions, the government of Guam interventions, the rate of spread might have been greater. And so public health with all the partners that we have, federal and local partners, we've gotten into this sort of rhythm. In the last 18 months, we've learned a lot. And so we've gotten sort of into this rhythm with all the interventions that we have. And we've learned a lot of lessons. But with the interventions, following all the guidelines, the CDC guidelines, and all the, the public health interventions that we use, all these tools, all the policies, all the protocols that we've used is really the work that we put into it is what how we've been able to contain the spread, even with these different variants that we're seeing in the community as well. Some of them, a lot of them are community spread. And so, and the fact that we have a very high rate of vaccination here in Guam compared to the rest of the U.S., that goes to show, and it really is the reason why we've been able to contain, the spread and not see another surge of COVID-19 in our community.
Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean necessarily that it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that had we gotten this news a year ago, I would have freaked the hell out and not come to work and just locked myself in the, in the house, right? But now it's like, okay, so we have the variants, but we aren't seeing the correlation with the increase in hospitalizations and deaths, and that's what I meant. But I wanted to switch gears a little bit. Can you give us an update on the guidance for the AirVnV? Because I know that there's a lot of moving parts in GVB really pushing for this, but they're waiting on the guidance. So is there a holdup? And if so, what is it?
No, there's no. So we just have a role to play in the AirVnV, and we're meeting today. I think we have a meeting by 11 o'clock today to continue the discussion. So GVB is leading the effort, and we are just supporting and giving technical guidance where they need technical guidance.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chris. Did
thanks,
you want to follow up on that?
Well, I had another question on a
Go
different
ahead.
matter, but if you want to expand on the AirVnV, go for it. I can wait.
No, I don't. I wanted to ask about, is there any discussions regarding like mandatory vaccinations, say, for example, for GDOE, for students that want to go back to face-to-face? Because, I mean, it's TB vaccinations are required. I didn't know if, like, you guys are talking about, well, let's require COVID vaccinations.
So that discussion came up this morning, and it is something we can explore. But you can actually do as much as you can without legislation, right? So we're looking at what the future holds for COVID, and looking at what the reasons why we should mandate people to get vaccinated. So it's on the table. There's so much on the table, for us now moving forward, because like I said, at the beginning of this, I think a lot of people did not understand what role public health was playing. They didn't understand how much effort we put into every guidance that we bring out, every recommendation that we made. People came out, with all those CDC said, WHO said, and we kept telling them that yes, we know those facts before they are published, because we work directly with these people. But what we tend to forget is that every community is different. Every scenario is different. But if you are looking at how to make policies or recommendations based on your own peculiarities, you have to put a lot into the process. So what we're doing today at Public Health, which is for me a good thing, with the guidance of the director, understanding clearly that while we are in this fight today, we also have other fight in front of us. We also have to manage other situations that might arise from this particular fight. So he has a team, that he works with daily, to look at scenarios that are existing now, scenarios that might be forthcoming, for us to have those structures and plans in place. So the mandatory vaccination has come up on the table, but there's a lot, behind it. There have to be litigation issues. There has to be legislative issues behind it. So these are thoughts that are on the table, but the process is what, but it's a good idea, to mandate vaccine at some point for some people who deal maybe with the vulnerable population, like for TB. If you work in the hospital, you're made to do your annual TB test, because you're dealing with people who are sick, and the chances are that if you infect them, they might get sicker, or something could happen to them. So it's just that we're looking at those scenarios, and down the line we might come up with recommendations, because basically we can't mandate without any legislative or legal authority.
Chima, I wanted to go back to the Airbnb because we hear from GVB that they're waiting for public health. But you said that you're only providing technical assistance. So is there another part of public health that's working on these Airbnb protocols, or is GVB just misinformed?
No, so when we provide technical guidance, so they write their SOPs, they have the plan. The Airbnb is not a public health driven program. It's a GVB driven program that we're working in partnership with them. So we're contributing a section to what they're doing, and that is part of what we're going to discuss today. They gave us documents to review. They asked us about our input in some areas that public health, has to be. Public health can be involved in marketing. We don't have that capacity. So our capacity is, on mitigation, quarantine guidance, exposure guidance, which is what we're working with them. So we're contributing our part, and we're meeting today by 11 o'clock.
Okay. Sorry, Bree. Real quick. So there's supposed to be a senior citizen
Helping Hands Adult
Daycare that was supposed to open yesterday, but we heard that they weren't allowed to open because public health is supposed to come out with new guidance or something. Do you have any information on that?
Not for now.
Janella?
I don't have any information on that. The only thing that I can say is that, at least for public health and the senior centers, we have not been able, or we have not opened or given any green light for senior centers to open. because of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. But it is on the table. It is being discussed, the possibility of reopening them in partnership with the Mayor's Council. But I have not heard anything about that private business. I can follow up and get back to you on that. I'm aware of that private business, the adult daycare, but I wasn't aware of them not being allowed to open.
Yeah, I mean, it was sad because they had all the Monomco out there to check it out, and then I guess for whatever reason, they weren't allowed to open, and everyone had to go home with a sad face.
I see. Okay, yeah, I can definitely follow up with that. And as I mentioned, our own, adult daycare centers are not even open yet.
Still closed, correct. Yeah.
Right.
Bree, anything before we close them down?
No. That's I was actually going to ask him about that.
Okay, got it. Chima, I like your flag back there. Way to support Pride Month.
Thank you.
Right on. Janella, thank you. Maybe we could.
Thanks, guys.
I wanted to ask. Maybe we can get Malou on later this week about the honey walnut roaches.
Oh. Yes. If not Malou, because as she
she's retiring. Darn.
She's retiring.
You're right. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we can have Tom Nadeau back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom.
Or that young kid that you guys had. There was a young guy you brought on one time. Remember?
Oh yes, Jerome.
Jerome. Yeah. Tell Jerome we're still waiting for our rat video.
Miss Tita. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Chima. Thank you, Janella.
All right.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Later. There you go. There you go. Hey, we're going to take a break, 9:45. It's Wednesday. The show is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points. Go make it a points. You'll make it a points over at Shell Foodies, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. Right on. It's 9:45. Every Wednesday we do the greater good, and that is coming up with Jason Solis right here on The Link. Good morning.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link with the support of Jay Goodman. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at Jay Goodman, a happiness company. You're in good hands with Jay Goodman.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company. You're in good hands with J. Goodman.
All right, everybody, welcome back to The Link on this Wednesday. And as we do each and every hump day, we at the KUAM Care Force are proudly presenting the Greater Good segment with support of our friends at J. Goodman. This special feature profiles interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organizational representatives, bringing awareness to local residents and encouraging participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and you truly are in good hands with J. Goodman. And I could not be any prouder to talk about a summer camp. I have got vivid, wonderful memories of a summer camp. And to tell us all about it is a organization that we featured last night on Health, Home, and Lifestyle. We told you about West Care and some of the very fine work that they do. My Auntie Asia Ramos was featured for like the 9,000th time. She's amazing. We never get tired of interviewing Auntie Asia. But here we have Leslie Estrella, the program manager from Project Isata, and Eileen Artero, the programming manager from Maulik Natlinatla. Ladies, welcome to the show, and thank you guys. Thank you. I could say thank you until 10 a.m. and it wouldn't be enough for bringing back the concept of a summer camp.
Thank you for having us.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for having us.
Yeah, now I must warn you, like a little bit of context in here. I went to summer camp for like 5 or 6 years when I was a kid. I mean, there's summer camps, there's ones that like are in hotels, there's computer camps and everything like that. So I'm just wondering, can you set this up and everything? When we talk about summer camp, exactly what type of structure and format are we talking about?
Well, for West Care Summer Camp, this is a collaboration with our youth prevention programs here at West Care Pacific Islands. So it's going to be filled with interactive activities with each other with, COVID-19 precautionary measures in mind. But we aim to increase youth skills to make positive choices, become leaders in the communities, and engage in pro-social activities. And how we do that is for those that are signing up for our camp and will be a part of it, they will be receiving each of our programs' curriculums. So it's a mix of interactive activities, informative and engaging curriculums for prevention against risky behaviors, teach them how to be leaders in the community, and just have fun. We just integrate everything.
And when you actually have a lot of fun, the kids don't even know they're learning. That's when they have a tendency to learn more, retain the information, and apply it in their everyday lives.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not just it doesn't seem like summer school, you're not sitting. Like all of the components of each of our programs curriculums are we incorporate all these activities, team building, even just activities for self-awareness. So they actually are sitting there thinking, but they're learning at the same time. And with this age group, which is 11 to 14, which is middle school, that's the time we're like, okay, you don't sit there and tell us what to do and how to learn things, but here I am actively engaging and putting what I'm learning into practice.
Yeah, I was gonna say 11 to 14-year-old. That's when, especially like with young boys, that's kind of a demographic when, you know, they're a little bit rebellious. They cop a little bit more of that attitude where, you know, like, you know, I'm too cool. You know, like you know, your peer pressure and everything like that really starts to mount and everything like that. So, Eileen, you know, when structuring this program, obviously you guys have put, you know, an emphasis on community, on citizenship, and on, you know, on being a good Guamanian. So for people that have never been to a summer camp and are completely unaware of the experience, for people that are watching this right now, like, what are they going to take in, let's say, like on day one when they first show up to summer camp?
Well, they're going to take in a lot of different things, right? So like Leslie had mentioned, we have 3 different programs that they're going to be a part of. So each program delivers their own curriculum, but it's really about the whole person, right? And like Leslie had also mentioned, it's not necessarily totally like books, curriculum, that kind of thing. We have a lot of group activities planned for them throughout the summer camp. So it's a lot of engagement. I think getting them back into being social, right? They've missed out on this social interaction. And I think that's everybody's like focus for all of their, you know, for all the different things that are going on, is like looking at the emotional support. And this is, I think, part of that, right? Part of their well-being.
Sure.
Kind of getting them ready back for school. And then just keeping them engaged all throughout the summer. So particularly for my curriculums program, they're looking at we call it our Positive Life Academy, right? So when they think positive things, they do positive things, and then they feel good about themselves, right? So that's kind of what we're going to try to engage them with, and, you know, get them thinking and in that way and in that mindset to just be a better person in the community, right? When they do good things, you know, they feel good about themselves, and everyone needs to feel good about themselves, especially during this time when you really don't know how to feel.
Well, I feel good with you telling me that. I'm very, very confident, and I'm very impressed at the program, having been through it like a few times myself. But let me ask you, Eileen, and I'd like you to be completely like honest here. Who do you expect there to be like a little bit more anxiety? Because, you know, for the last 16 months of human history, you know, we've all had like really weird, isolated, you know, forced separation experiences. Do you expect the campers to be like a little bit more, you know, anxious, or yourself and your fellow counselors?
I think it might be more us than them. I think they're ready. I think the kids are ready. I think they're ready to get out there and like be with friends again or make new friends, right? They haven't had a lot of interaction. Even when they were in school, it was like once a week or twice a week. So I think our campers are going to totally be ready for this.
Halfway through day one, they're all going to be BFFs for life.
I think. Yeah. Sorry, say that again.
No, I was going to say halfway through day one, by the time it hits lunch, they're going to be BFFs for life. They're going to be exchanging Instagram like handles. They're going to say, hey, like, you know, check me out later online. Like, it'll
yes, our program is not even, I mean, it's not limited to a certain, like, the village kids, right? So it's open to everyone. So everyone can definitely join. They'll meet new friends, you know, make new friends. You know, it may be someone that they might have had elementary school with, and then now in middle school, they move somewhere else. So they get to reconnect. And so I think they're totally excited for all of this.
All right. Well, Leslie, you know, I've always thought that, you know, part of what makes summer camp such a rewarding experience, and, you know, is the environment and the venue in which it is held and everything. So, so where is this going to be, and how is that going to shape, you know, the experience, what kids are going to take away, and, you know, the level, maybe the level of comfort that they'll have for them and their parents?
Yes, for sure. This is going to be held at a Steamboat Gym. It's a huge facility.
Nice.
You know, fresh air comes in, all that. It's better than being cooped up in your room, virtual classroom setting or not, or even, you know, Zoom meetings. But they're going to be able to, you know, have this open space. It's going to be, again, we're going to have everything in place in terms of COVID-19 precautions for the parents who are concerned about having a group of kids together. They're going to be, you know, placed by age or placed by the programs that they're going to be in. They're going to be taking at the time. We'll be providing personal sanitization kits in terms of like hand sanitizers, wipes, extra face masks. They'll be provided with that. So we're keeping them, we're going to be prepared to actually have, you know, precautionary measures in place. But another environment is not just the physical environment and what we are providing, but it's the spirit of our teams all together. WestCare Pacific Islands is about uplifting the human spirit, and we're all about it. Eileen mentioned that we may be nervous, but actually I think more the anxiety is actually we're excited for it. One of the programs that we have, Project Isata, has done this every year. And just like Eileen has mentioned, they will actually have forge new friendships. I have my son who took last year's summer camp for us, and he's very quiet. He's more of like the gamer, let me just sit behind a computer screen. But then later on, I'm like, who are you WhatsApping, or who are you chatting with? He goes, oh, my friend from summer camp. I was like, wow, okay, that was 6 months ago. You guys are still in touch. And he goes, yeah. So the kids, and I hope, and I know this for a fact, that we have a great team. Our WestCare Familia, we're very excited, and we're very open, and the youth educators especially, and our research assistants, our teams have that vibe. They have that youthful and energetic spirit to keep the kids involved. So it'll be a great experience.
Summer camp is a win-win experience, one and all. So of course there are people like literally yelling at me right now through our Facebook Live comments and everything. Can you please ask the ladies how they can register and when the deadline is, and when they can sign up?
Sure. Again, this summer camp is for youths between 11 to 14 years old. It's the summer camp is called Ready Set Summer. It'll be held at a Stimbo Gym. To get access for registration, WestCare Pacific Islands does have a website, www.westcarepacificislands.org, and you can find a link to access the registration on our events page, or you can call 472-0218, extension 102. And we also have a point of contact who's handling registration. Her name is Raven Seville, and her email address is raven.seville, SAVILLE, @westcare.com. So there's different ways to.
All right, tremendous. Ladies, it's practically 10 o'clock, so I'm going to let you guys get back to work because good things are coming ahead. But we thank you for all your work. And I guess from all the parents out there who are going to trustfully hand their kids over to you to let them get all excited, make new friends, and tucker themselves out throughout the day. You guys are really doing the Lord's work.
Ready, set, summer.
There you go.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful weekend.
The
and have a
Greater
wonderful
Good
summer.
is brought to you by your friends at Jay Goodman,
All right,
a
ladies,
happiness company.
thank you so much.
You're in
Hey,
good
viewers on
hands with Jay
KUAM TV,
Goodman.
thank you so much for jamming with us on this Wednesday, June 16th episode of The Link. My name is Chris for Sabrina Salas Matanani, and of course, Jason Salas. Thank you so much, KUAM TV. Está. Adios! Take care of Cover Me. Guys, guess what's today? I love the Whopper.
It is Whopper Wednesday.
Chicken. Bam. There you go. Get
another DJ Joe Sir remix.
Yeah, you go to Burger King, you tell them I love the Whopper, and you get a free Whopper with the purchase of a Whopper. Just like that. Okay? So easy. So your Wednesday is now a Wednesday. Yeah, we didn't get our winner. We didn't get our winner this morning at $10,000 in the car giveaway. It's going to be announced later at 3. But you could be a winner at Burger King. Thank you, Burger King. Cover Me is also brought to you in part by Docomo Pacific, and we have a great one for you this morning. Again, it's Cover Me right here on the link.
이쁘디은 잠긴 구뭇보기 이슬란 이랑에 오갱과 또 이전고 마파 거리스 하나울리 이시네니 Antes dia de ngozo Zasonga Antes de maigo Na guaizado Oguneni Ogunapalawe Ugwifi Onizanpwenyi Saizomuzu Zazoko Nobianeni Ogunapalawe Ogunaneni Onizanpwenyi Saizomuzu Zazoko Nobianeni Sesu hasu e tempo Por Oguneni Zani flores mu Anayundingo Zugi Unpwenyi Estaneni tulanya Sachis dizuzango maholan Konizuneni zataita Gilangit isla Oguneni Ogunapanawan Ugwigwifi Onizanpwenyi Saizomuzu Zazoko Nobianeni Ogunapalawen Ogunaneni Onizanpwenyi Ugwigwifi Saizomuzu Zazoko Nobianeni Saizomuzu Zazoko Nobianeni Saizomuzu Zazoko